Madam President, are you ready for roll call? Trish Bodie.
Here.
Gloria Gonzalez de Lucia.
Here.
Alexis Grimes. Sade Fashakum.
Here.
Aaron Johnson.
Here.
Christine Maurer.
Here.
Anna Smith.
Here. All right. It is 6:16 p.m. and with a quorum of our board present, I'm now going to call the meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees to order. With that, we'll move on through our agenda item. I'd like to thank you for joining us, those of you in the audience, and for those of you watching online. We'll start off with our opening ceremony and our Pledge of Allegiance. Before we stand, though, let me introduce who's going to be doing our pledge for us this evening. Cadet Senior Airman Riley Anderson is the son of Megan and Jim Anderson. Riley is the second-year cadet in the Air Force Junior ROTC and a member of the Leander High School golf team. When he is not studying or golfing, Riley enjoys reading and playing video games with his friends. After graduating, he aspires to attend Cornell University's medical school and then join the Air Force as a flight doctor. So with that, will you please join me and stand as we go to our pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now for the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
If you would, please join us in a moment of silence. Thank you.
All right, we are moving on to our recognition portion of the agenda. And this evening, we will continue our spotlight on learning. I am so excited, board members, that we have Leander High School Principal Chris Simpson joining us, and maybe some other special guests as well.
Good evening, board. Dr. Gehring, thanks for having us. We get to highlight two awesome programs at Leander High School this evening. So I want to start off, I get a very small part in this. I get to introduce these fantastic folks up here. I'm going to start at the far left. We have Miss Emily Faulkner. She's been at Leander High School for 3 years. She's the 11th year teacher. She's one of my APs and led the work with our CTE department over the past couple years. We have in the purple, Mr. Ronnie Williams, Coach Ronnie Williams, as we still affectionately call him. He has led our electrical tech program. This is his 15th year at Leander High School. To my right, the amazing and talented Miss Shiana Dudley. Her 6th year at Leander High School. I've had all 5 years with her, and she runs our cosmetology. Most importantly, now going back from my right to left, we have Beth Meyer, one of our cosmetology seniors. We have our Vista Ridge Ranger, Olivia McNeil. She sub-campuses to us. Next to me is Isaiah Urbach, a senior with electrical tech. Our lone junior, a first year in the practicum, we got Marcos Avalos. And then on the far left, in the amazing hat, one of my favorite hats of all time, we got Carter Wanis, one of our seniors. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Faulkner, who's going to give you a brief introduction of some of the things we have at Leander High School, and then you get to hear from our students. So thanks again.
So we wanted to start out talking about our CCMR measures. We have changed some systems that are happening at Leander High School, so you can see on the left-hand side what the actual classes were, and then we are already exceeding our House Bill 3 goals, and we are above the averages for the district as well, so we're super proud of that. In addition, we were the only campus to increase our direct-to-college enrollment during the pandemic, and we increased by 3%, so lots of celebrations. One of those components of CCMR is our industry-based certifications, which is why we have Shiana Dudley and Ronnie Williams and their students with us today. We wanted to highlight the specialty programs that are available at Leander High School. So as mentioned before, we have sub-campus opportunities. Leander High School is the original animal science program of study, but it's also available at Vandergrift, so that you can graduate high school as a certified veterinary assistant. Cosmetology is only available at Leander High School, so they can graduate as a cosmetologist licensed in the state of Texas. Electrical tech is only available at Leander High School. Multiple certifications available as well. We have Master Electrician Ronnie Williams running that course. And then healthcare, the specialized one at Leander High School, they can graduate as a certified clinical medical assistant. The one at Cedar Park High School, they can graduate with their certified nursing assistant certifications. So there's way more certifications that students can get at Leander High School, but we just wanted to highlight the ones that are only available at our campus. So with that, I'm turning it over to our highlight video for electrical tech.
And intolerance by once again completing the No Place for Hate program. Students, teachers, and staff at every school hoisted No Place for Hate banners from the Anti-Defamation League. As a district, we strive to make our schools safe and effective learning environments for all. We're so proud of the work being done on our campuses to cultivate positive relationships.
How to calculate stuff that involves electricity, which will help me in college. I'm ahead of students now that are becoming electrical engineers because I have that experience in that class.
Basically a trade I can go into and something I can do after high school. And it was something I never really looked into before and nobody ever really told me about until I came here.
First of all, the classroom is enormous compared to a normal one. There's tools everywhere. We're usually not sitting the whole time. We're up and around working. I'll break a sweat. Usually, pretty much every day I break a sweat in there working.
It's taught me more of hands-on in like real life situations, especially in the workplace with others and having to work with others in a situation like that. And it's just different than in a classroom setting on a desk or just writing an essay or something.
We use a lot of math in electrical. When you bend conduit, you have to calculate the X and the Y of your bend, stuff like that. You have to know the angles and how much it's going to take up. You got to know your trigonometry, stuff like that. And then even physics as well. You got to learn how to calculate your, say your amperage. We learn that in physics, and then we learn it in electrical, and so
31
it really
Leander
goes hand in
ISD
hand.
students are distinguished as
Skills USA
2022
is
National
a
Merit
student-led
semifinalist based on
leadership
their
program
outstanding
that teaches
performances on the
kids
PSAT.
in schools and in the
National
industry
Merit
when going in,
semifinalists
it
represent
creates
less
leaders
than
for
1%
the
of
workplace.
US high
We don't have
school
enough
seniors.
workers.
They're
I mean, in the
identified
future,
as the highest
the labor force is
scoring
going to be so
entrants in
short because everyone's
history.
going off to college
Academically
and getting
talented
other
high
service
school
jobs
seniors
rather
will
than
compete
the
for
still labor force. The
scholarships
Skills
worth
USA
more
is to
than
encourage
$30
students to
million
join the labor
next
force and
spring.
to encourage
A pair
them to
of
use their
district
skills,
campus
their hand
administrators
skills
are
that
being
not a lot of people
honored
have
by the
nowadays.
Texas
Go out
Association
there
of
and show what
Secondary
you
School
got and
Principals.
how to do it the
Cedar
right
Park
way.
Middle School Principal
Skills USA
Dr.
projects,
Keith Morgan
we have
and
the
Henry
wiring
Middle School
competition, the quiz
Assistant
bowl,
Principal
and other
Jamie
things
Bell
we compete with
Garrison
other
have been
electrical
selected
districts.
to
And a big thing with
represent
our
Region
electrical
13
projects,
as
which
Principal and
are like
Assistant
residential and
Principal of the
commercial
Year.
wiring. And
These
it's
dedicated
just like
campus
you
leaders'
make your own
tireless
blueprint and
efforts
your
to
own
connect with
project, and you
kids
take it to
make them
district, and
worthy
you go to state
candidates for
from there,
these honors
and hopefully
and
win
more.
state. It's
The
definitely
district
a program
received an
you need to
A
be
rating
taking,
for
because it
superior
teaches you a trade,
achievement
and
under
if you end up not
Texas's
wanting to
School
do it, it's
Financial
at least something
Integrity
you can always
Rating
fall back
System of
on.
Texas
Even if you don't want to be an
for the
electrical engineer or
fiscal year
electrician, you learn things
2020-2021.
that are so
The
key
superior
to life. My
achievement
instructor
rating
teaches
is
us
the
that you have to
state's
be on time
highest,
for work.
demonstrating
you have how
the
to make a
quality
resume.
of the
you
district's
learn
financial
skills
management
that
and
you need that are
reporting
not taught
system.
in any other
This
classes.
rating
I
shows
cannot
that
stress enough
LISD
how
schools
important
are
the things I learned
accountable
and how
not
grateful
only
I am
for
that I learned.
student learning, but also for achieving these results cost effectively and efficiently. Congratulations again to our honorees for representing.
Good evening. First of all, I'd like to say I haven't worked a lot of places. I think I've had 3 jobs in my adult life. I spent a couple years at A&M Consolidated, and then I kind of tripped into the electrical industry. But I will say that Leander ISD is absolutely the best place that I've ever worked. And I really appreciate that. Like Emily said, my name is Ronnie Williams. I actually just completed my 30th year in the electrical industry. And I've been at Leander High School. This is my 15th year, but I've also taught adults at the trade school. This is my actual 25th year teaching electrical. So sometimes I make comments in class when, normally when kids figure out a little bit about what to do, they got a better way to do it, of doing it than Coach Williams. And then I always remind them, I said, I know I'm an Aggie, but I think from 1991 to 2021, that's 30 years. I said, so I may not know a lot about a whole lot of things, but I'm pretty good at this industry because I've been doing it a long time. Anyway, like Emily said, this is now a 4-year program. So kids can actually start when they're freshmen now. And you can gain, some of the certifications that you're gonna gain, you're gonna get your OSHA 10 license certification, as well as your OSHA 30 certification. Then the National Center for Construction, Education, and Research, shortened as NCCER, has some industry-based certifications that now a lot of industry contractors and companies are starting to recognize those certifications. It's not on my script, but I will say I have a student who graduated 5 years ago, and because he had the NCCER certifications, he's been making about $114,000 a year since 2019, I want to say, and that's pretty good. He just had his 22nd birthday, I think, a couple months ago. So he's doing pretty good, and it's because of those certifications that he had. Now he's landed a job. He's going to be leaving Strike Electric down in Houston because he's going to be going to work for Tesla when they open the big mega factory. And he's not going to have to work very hard anymore. And he's going to be making about $40,000 more than he's making right now. I think he told me his salary package, they offered him $154,000. And like I said, he just turned 22. All right, we are only one of 14 programs in the entire state of Texas. That's a good thing, that's a bad thing. In my opinion, there ought to be 14 programs in Central Texas. But on the other hand, that means that I know all the other 13 teachers, so we're kind of a real close-knit group, and we bounce ideas off of each other, steal each other's lesson plans and each other's worksheets and things like that. And then when we go for our week of training in the summer for our professional development, we get to hang out for a week and go to the same classes and, again, share ideas. Some of the other things that I do by being in this industry and having this electrical program, I'm also a Skills USA advisor for our local chapter at Leander High School. And I also had the privilege of serving on the Skills USA District 10 Board of Directors. Just a couple of perks. I get to get inside information kind of before some of the other teachers do by being on the Board of Directors. And I only do that because if anything that can benefit my students, I'm going to do it. As I mentioned earlier, I'm also an instructor at the Central Texas Independent Electrical Contractors Association, which is a trade school for adults. Most of my students who want to pursue a career in the electrical industry, they attend this trade school when they graduate from high school. And one of the neat things about being in my program is they're given an opportunity to test out of the first year of the 4-year trade school. And these guys will tell you, I tell them, if you've been in my class for at least 2 years, there's no reason you shouldn't pass just out of the first year of the program. However, if you want to still go to the first year, some of the students also choose to do that as well. During my 14 years here at Leander High School, we have had 100% of our students gain permanent employment with one of our local electrical contractors before they walk the stage at graduation. They usually all are hired by either late April, early May. And usually all I have to do is answer phone calls and return emails. I don't have to solicit jobs for them because mainly Beckett Electric and, Randall Electric, who I think's been doing work for Leander ISD since 1985. I think he did the original, I think he told me that the original remodel on Leander High School was his first job when he went in business for himself. So he's been around doing work. I think 75–80% of his company come out of the Leander High School electrical program. And Jesse Beckett, who is a Leander High School graduate and an alumni of the electrical program, is also one of my big companies that hires my kids. About 70–80% of his company come out of the Leander High School program, either when Mr. Brown taught it or for the last 15 years when I've taught it. Those two guys, Beckett Electric, Randall Electric, are two of my 4 major supporters of my program. The other two are the trade school, the Syntex IEC, and Bound Electric, who's also been a huge supporter of my program. I can call any of these guys anytime and say, hey, my students need, and their only question is when and where do you want me to send it? So I really appreciate that from those guys. And Beckett and Randall are probably going to contribute 99% of the materials we need for class this year, because the cost of goods has went up 396% from just this time last year until now. So even though I have a pretty good budget, and it's always been enough money for materials for class for a school year, not this year. So they've volunteered to band together and see what they can do to help us out. That's all I have. Thank you.
Hello. So my name is Marcos Avalos. I'm currently a second-year student for Coach Williams. The reason I'm in his program is because once I graduate high school, I plan on working myself up to be a master electrician and soon one day own my own company. During this past couple months, I've learned a lot. We learned Ohm's law, calculations, hands-on experience most of the time. Some written assignments, but it's going to help us in the long run. And I just want to thank Coach for giving me the opportunity to be a part of his program.
Hello, my name is Isaiah Urbach. I had never really given a chance or a second thought to the electrical program or even industry, but as soon as I attended a single class with Coach, I was hooked. I knew I could not attend a desk job, and this program has pretty much set me up for life. I want to thank Coach for that.
Isaiah is actually one of my third-year students. He's not a second-year student.
Hello, my name is Carter Juanice. I'm a senior at Leander High School. I'm in the second year of Coach's class. I chose electrical tech because I thought it would be a great way to expand my knowledge on real-life industries. I like the class because it focuses on not only the hands-on aspect of the class, but calculations and numbers, the math and science. I'm so thankful for the opportunity that I had to participate in this class because it's not super available to all students. That's pretty much it. Sorry.
I guess I'll say here's our wonderful Cosmo program. Miss Dudley, you ready? It's coming.
The cosmetology program has given me the opportunity to work on what I want to do in my life in high school.
Any student in Leander ISD can participate in the cosmetology program. I love it. It really is like an actual salon. It gives you a view of what the real life would be like. You really get the feel that you're actually working in a salon with other people. We do have a really fun
The cosmetology program has given me the opportunity to work on what I want to do in my life in high school.
Any student in Leander ISD can participate in the cosmetology program. I love it. It really is like an actual salon. It gives you a view of what the real life would be like. You really get the feel that you're actually working in a salon with other people. We do have a really fun teacher. If you need help like perfecting something like a haircut or a perm or anything, she'll be right there to help you. She'll step by step do it with you. And I think it's just a good experience if you really like doing hair.
So on the floor, we have to learn everything that we would have to traditionally learn if you're at a cosmetology school, because we're a cosmetology school.
So in cosmetology, we learn like sanitation, shampooing, like we also do like manicures and pedicures, facials.
I have to learn highlighting, balayage, new growth touch-ups, bleaching, toning, coloring, color theory, and perming, and everything that you would have to do your hair in an actual salon, we have to actually do on the floor.
The services we offer to the community are hair cutting, hair coloring, manicures, pedicures, waxing.
Some like common things that people get is haircuts. We haven't had people come in for a perm yet, but we'll offer you a perm.
The cosmetology program gives you the license right then and there instead of getting out of high school and then having to pay so much money to go to cosmetology school when really you could just do it here.
It's given me the opportunity to do what I want to do earlier in life.
Hello, or good evening. Again, I am Shiana Dudley, the one and only cosmetology teacher in all Leander ISD. I have the distinguished pleasure of teaching students from all 6 high schools. I know that I have to be brief, so forgive me for speaking fast. But when I first got hired, I remember that one of the major challenges that the cosmetology program was suffering with was the students did not have enough hours to take their state board exams. I remember doing hair and makeup for fashion shows. I remember attending my first trunk or treat, a homecoming parade, and we even cut hair right here in Leo for a backpack attack so that we could get those hours that they needed to test. And that year, we licensed over 11 girls. And then we continued to grow. Every year, more and more girls were licensed. And then we hit the wall of 2020. And I just knew we were going to get no licenses that year. Nobody was going to certify that year. Well, the African-American girl and the only guy in that video were the only 2 students to get licensed in 2020. So kudos to them. And then last year happened, and I had to teach basic cosmetology skills via Zoom. Yes, I taught haircutting via Zoom. And then when things just got better, students were quarantined or students didn't feel comfortable with coming back into the classroom. So I had to become a YouTube personality. So I began to record myself doing cosmetology skills so that students who weren't present in the room could still get all of the knowledge that they needed. And I was just like, Lord, if you let at least 3 students certify this year, I promise I'll be satisfied. I just need at least 3 to certify this year. That year, or last year, we actually certified 9 girls. I'm so proud of them because in the middle of a pandemic, in the middle of them feeling uncomfortable, in the middle of people not even showing up to class every day, some kids I didn't see the entire school year, never stepped foot in the classroom, they still were able to gain a cosmetology license. And I'm proud of my program. I think that my program is very successful. I think it will continue to be successful, and I'm just honored to be a part of their success. Thank you.
Hi. Hello, I'm Olivia McNeil. I'm a senior in the cosmetology program, so it's my second year doing this. The benefits of doing cosmetology in high school, there's a lot of them. The main one is I'm able to jumpstart my future in high school. So I was always interested in cosmetology, and when I found out about this program, it was something that I had to do. So when I was entering in, of course it was last year, it was interesting. I've been a part of the YouTube videos. But I was able to not only save a year of my life after graduation, that's typically how cosmetology works, but also a significant amount of money. A typical cosmetology school takes a year and is about $20,000. And this is virtually free. And I also plan on attending college in the fall of 2022, and so I am able to support myself through that because I will be licensed right after high school. So I will be able to work in a real salon on real clients and get real money right after I graduate. So I'm extremely thankful, and I'm extremely thankful for the way Ms. Dudley has adjusted to our needs and really made us feel prepared for what we have to do. So, thank you.
You got it, kid.
Hi, everybody. I'm Beth Meyer. I hope all of you are doing well. And I want to discuss Skills USA with you guys. So Skills USA grants young creators from all around a platform to showcase their talents and creations to an array of fellow artists and creators. By giving them an opportunity to flaunt their skills, students are encouraged to put their passions to the test and compete against other students in their category of choice. With this chance to optimize our skills, Skills USA is heavily encouraged in our program. Ranging from barbering, nails, esthetician work, and hair, there's plenty of room for competitors to find their place in Skills USA.
Good job.
I didn't know I had to go again. Hey, let's give it up for these kids and these teachers again. So, obviously, to bring them in front of the board out there on YouTube tonight. I'm incredibly proud of the work these teachers and these students do every day. They get real life experiences, and if you're ever out and about and want to come see what they do in real life, I know they love to have you. So thanks again for having us tonight.
Students, teachers, principal, thank y'all all so much for coming out and sharing spotlight on y'all's learning. We'll move on to our other recognition items. We have a video for our No Place for Hate, the National Merit Semifinals, the Texas Association of Secondary School Principal Honors, and will our superior first rating be in video too? If not, we'll cover that, so we'll see.
Leander ISD is proud to recognize these high-achieving students and staff for their accomplishments. Our schools and the district as a whole took a stand against bullying and intolerance by once again completing the No Place for Hate program. Students, teachers, and staff at every school hoisted No Place for Hate banners from the Anti-Defamation League. As a district, we strive to make our schools safe and effective learning environments for all. We're so proud of the work being done on our campuses to cultivate positive relationships. Leander ISD students are distinguished as 2022 National Merit Semifinalists based on their outstanding performances on the PSAT. National Merit Semifinalists represent less than 1% of U.S. high school seniors. They're identified as the highest scoring entrants in each state. These academically talented high school seniors will compete for scholarships worth more than $30 million next spring. A pair of district campus administrators are being honored by the Texas Association of Secondary School Principals. Cedar Park Middle School Principal Dr. Keith Morgan and Henry Middle School Assistant Principal Jamie Bell Garrison have been selected to represent Region 13 as Principal and Assistant Principal of the Year. These dedicated campus leaders' tireless efforts to connect with kids make them worthy candidates for these honors and more. The district received an A rating for superior achievement under Texas's School Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas for the fiscal year 2020-2021. The superior achievement rating is the state's highest, demonstrating the quality of the district's financial management and reporting system. This rating shows that LISD schools are accountable not only for student learning, but also for achieving these results cost effectively and efficiently. Congratulations again to our honorees for representing their families, schools, and communities so well. Our hashtag #OneLISD salutes your excellence and looks forward to future successes.
All right, that will conclude our recognition portion of the agenda. We'll move on to our communication announcements. Dr. Gehring, do you have any remarks?
Not at this time. I'll save mine for my report. Thank you, Madam President.
Tremendous. Board members, any remarks?
I do. I just want to give a big shout out to our three 5A bands who swept the podium at 5A State Marching Championships. I just want to say one little thing about that is I don't know, it's so commonplace for us here in Leander ISD to be at the top of the game in the band world. And I don't know that everybody knows how big of a deal it really is. You have to go outside of here to understand how big of a deal that is. And the fact that our 2 6A bands will go compete at state next week, who came in first and second in our area, a very, very competitive field. Dallas is not real happy with us right now, let me tell you that, okay? So they held on to these titles for a long, long, long time, and they've been with us. And they've been with us for a while. And there's something really special here. And I hope that everybody knows how special it is to have musicianship in this district, and the teachers and the parents and the students and the private lesson teachers and the blood and the sweat and the tears that go into these programs. And it starts in middle school, and it starts with those directors, and it starts with those parents. So as a band mom of 9 years, this is my last year as a band parent, and that's a big deal. And I will tell you something, that it's special here, guys. It's really, really special here. So please do your best to go out there and support those bands as they leave to go to state, as they leave on their route. Come out, support them, wave at them, make signs, be loud, and support them from afar. It's amazing. It's amazing work. The next little piece I want to mention is to our nurse, Kristen Wicketts, and her team for being ready to roll with this vaccine for the 5 to 11-year-olds. Their work happens a lot behind the scenes, and we don't see them. They're not out there. They're not in our face. They're not doing things that call for big fanfare. But to be able to pivot the way that they have, to handle the things that they have for the last 18 months, and then to do this, to be ready to roll on Saturday, to offer a vaccine clinic for our little ones. This has been a really hard time for them, and they've just done so much work. So I just want to take a big shout out to the nurses.
I'll go. So yesterday was my first campus connection visit. So I went with Bruce to Fabian, Bruce and Anna to Fabian, and then Anna and I went to Deer Creek Elementary. So it was quite eye-opening just to see how the schools just, how they're structured for learning in their own way, very individualized. And like in Fabian, we got to see their dual language program at work, and then also their Wednesday makerspace in the library and different stations, and kids figuring out which station they wanted to be at and why. The girls that were coloring said that one of them told me that it helps her calm down, and so she likes to color and draw when she needs to calm down. So it was nice to see that she could identify that and really take advantage of that there. I got to help a kid on one of his Dreambox work questions in 5th grade. Apparently, initially, we didn't get it correct, and I was like, oh my gosh. And so that was fun. And then going over to Deer Creek, where specifically in their 5th grade area, they had to redo things when one of the teachers left, and they brainstormed about it and came up with a middle school model where the kids have 4 classes, and so they go into their math class and rotate into the next one, and then they have their extensions, and the extensions was quite interesting because that's where they get to catch up on their work and do their iStation, do their Dreambox. They also had opportunities to, and when they were done with their schoolwork, if they still had time, they could play games, but not electronic games. There were some kids there playing chess, and or they could just sit there and read. There were some kids who were who used that as their time to do coding as well, and that's an activity that is available to them every day. We also visited their art studio. It's not a classroom, it's an art studio. So just learning just the innovative ways that the schools adapt to their situations. And I looked at it as also a way to foster relationships with the schools and a platform for sharing as well. So it was a very, and it was just my first one, so I'm looking forward to the rest.
I think last Friday I visit LHS, the Intro into Culinary, and I got to carve a pumpkin. But most importantly, I got to meet the instructor there and she truly is giving these students real life experiences. And by this, one thing I thought was really cool is she sets up a Thanksgiving feast for these students and makes a full-on table. And this is truly a family of students who come together and feast. So just FYI, next Tuesday I'll be making a meat and cheese board at LHS if anybody's interested. I want to say 2 weeks ago we had another visit. This one really stuck with me. It was our visit to Leander Middle School. Yeah, I went with Trish and Dr. Gehring. The cheerleaders were my favorite. I'm an ex-cheerleader, so that was great to see. But the part that I can't stop thinking about is when we entered that collaborative space, and I don't know if y'all saw the campus connections, I was like, hey, I hear a party. And those who know, when y'all go in the connection visits with me, I just go do my own thing. And so I saw a party, but what really was happening in this collaborative space at LMS was learning happening from all levels. This was what true inclusion is about. You've got co-teaching happening at every level. But what I enjoyed the most was it wasn't just the math room. It was the art room. It was the math room. It was the reading room. It was every room that could be used so that way those students and the teachers collaborate. So to be able to see those students who need a little bit of extra assistance, and you have your other students over here being able to collaborate and find ways to work together, I think was one of the most powerful things. So shout out LMS, you're doing it for inclusion, big happy, and that's all I got.
Just a quick update. Yesterday, day before, I can't even remember what day it was. I think it was yesterday. Visited Reed Elementary with Anna and Dr. Gehring, and Reed is one of our bilingual campuses, and I was just blown away with, they're like, today's English day in this classroom, today's a Spanish day in this classroom, and the way they partner students together to kind of lead on that day. And you see them at the younger grades, and you can tell whose primary language is English and whose primary language is Spanish. You see them in the older grades, you can't tell anymore. It is truly a bilingual program. It was beautiful to see the sharing of language, the sharing of customs, just all of those pieces coming together. One of the things that was really special too, students had essays in the hallway, and other students would come by with Post-it notes and give feedback on their essays. And you would see the Post-it notes in English and in Espanol. And you would see the feedback given to each other by other students on their writing, and it was really special. Thank you, Dr. Gehring. Thank you, Corey and Donna, for doing everything you do to make these visits possible. It gives us such wonderful perspective with exactly what you said, how each campus, there's a different community and how they're adapting to create the best learning experience for their students. So thank you very much.
Board members, I'm going to make this brief. I'm going to try to do it in less than 2 minutes. Just a couple of housekeeping items. We did do a listening leader session with trustees. We want to try it again. So be thinking of dates. Get those dates to Donna of when sometime this school year would work for you, and that way they can start thinking about it, pull it together, and then come back to us with selections and ideas. The other item to note is that you'll notice your committee updates now has a lot more information. This comes from direct questions y'all have been asking. You can see kind of who's all on there, and our newest trustee, Shade Fashakun, is also now listed in there. That's been updated as well. The other thing that I want to let y'all know about is CTSBA. November 10th is a meeting. Be sure to RSVP if you want to attend that. And talked to our board attorney some time ago, it was a few weeks ago, and she had mentioned when we are getting our Friday memos, our updates, there's not the need to say in there a board member and just leave it generic. We can put names. Anna asked this question, here you go. Sade asked this question, here you go. But wanted to go ahead and let y'all know that, because I know we sometimes get stuff from each other from trustees. It's like, well, who sent this? So Donna is going to start saying, well, so-and-so sent, here you go. When we do that, though, remember, we still have, and y'all know this, quorum rules and daisy chains. It's not meant to do free-for-all and I'll go have a conversation. We still have conversation, deliberation here. But that just gives us an idea of, oh, so-and-so's interested in this. I'm going to bring this to the meeting or to the discussion. So that's all I have. All right, good. All right, just making sure I wasn't cutting anybody off. We're going to move on then to our citizen comments. And you'll notice, board members, we have 2 items. We have citizen comments, and then after it, we will be having our COVID-19 mitigation and considerations. I do see a tremendous amount of our community signed up for talking about that agenda item. So community, once y'all get done, know that we're going to be taking up that agenda item, just FYI. As we move to the citizen comment portion of our agenda, please note there are other ways you can communicate with the board. We've even gotten emails, but this agenda item is set aside here during this meeting to hear from our community. Now, we're going to be restricted in the ways we can interact with you during this portion of the meeting per our board operating procedures and policy BED local, which states the board shall not deliberate or make decisions regarding any subject that is not posted on the agenda. Therefore, please note this format is not going to be a back and forth conversation or a back and forth discussion. We'll ask that your comments respect that limitation. As such, please refrain from directing comments about an individual by name who would not be able to respond. Our board operating procedures enumerate further requests. I'll sum up by saying we encourage polite and professional conduct. We'll ask the audience and those participating help us maintain decorum of the meeting. There shouldn't be outbursts or verbal demonstrations during citizen comments, and each speaker has up to 3 minutes. It is my intention that we respect and honor each speaker's time. I'm going to be calling you by number, and so I'd have our first speaker, oh, he's already up there, to speak. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Dr. Gehring and trustees. As you probably well know, my name's Gerald Prater, and I'm here to start out with a couple of compliments to you all. I want to thank you for, I noticed in your item 9B2, you listened to a lot of our concerns. I just want to thank you for the changes that I saw that you made, specifically in regard to like the timing for the comments. These things don't go unnoticed. Also, as Ms. Brody just mentioned, thank you for the time that several of you have been giving to us to talk to and engage with us, including one is coming up in 2 weeks, another one, a chat time. But with all that being said, I also want to mention that there's still a lot of work to be done. We still got a long way to go to fix a lot of things that need to be addressed. I titled my subject when I signed up tonight, brief comments about the bond election. I know you've got a special meeting coming up next week, so I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about it, but I wanted to just kind of briefly mention that I've been a parent here. I've mentioned this before. I've been a parent for a decade and a half, 14 years, very active in the district. And up until about the last 2 years, I didn't attend these meetings. I didn't, because there was a level of confidence that you guys were going to do what was right. And as you have been told before, a lot of that has been harmed. And I'll tell you honestly, I actively campaigned that people vote against these bonds. And a lot of that is because of the damage that's been done. As a taxpayer, as a citizen, don't ask me to pay for more stuff and you're not going to listen to me. So I just wanted to be very transparent that we still do have a lot of work to be done. I appreciate the efforts that I see you doing to reach out. And one last point on this section is that I know that some of you think that what many of us here come and talk about every week is just a little isolated group. And I would, argue that that's nothing could be further from the truth. If you watch the news, you probably think that. But I talk to parents all around the country on social media platforms that don't restrict what we talk about. And this is a really big thing. I think that what the results of this election are an indicator of that. That we go out and tell people, don't just sit at home, read the stuff, pay attention, it's very important. This is happening all over the country. Thank you, and one last reminder, Constitution. My rights end when they come to you, and your rights end when they come to me. Don't take away my rights. Thank you.
All right, speaker number 2.
fine. And don't forget to push the button when you get ready to speak.
Okay. Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Gehring, and Board of Trustees. I am standing on my tippy toes. I work for CNS, Child Nutrition Services. I have I'm on year 4. There's a couple things I wanted to discuss. It has to do with salary, and everywhere seems to be raising their starting wages except for us. I do know a lot of the people I work with, we love to work for the school because, one, we love to feed the kids. That's our goal. Like, it's like being a teacher. We don't do it for the money. However, we do have to support our families. Everyone I work with, including myself, is either in a relationship where they have 2 incomes. Even then, a lot of times they need a supplemental second job. I am married, I have a second job. Some of my coworkers live with their parents. They have roommates. They have a second job, so the whole point of working for the school, so you're with your family, it goes away because you're now working more than you would have initially. It is one of the hardest jobs I've ever had in my life, especially now. I work at Vandegrift. We are supposed to have 14 to 16 staff. We have 6, and I made 6, like when I went over there. We're feeding 1,600 kids a day with 6 people. It's frustrating because, when you feel like you need to go work at Academy because they're paying $19 an hour starting out, and we're making $11.50 an hour. The average CNS worker makes $12,961 a year. A year. Think about that. Let that sink in. I personally feed 350 kids within 4 hours on a daily basis, me alone. And I make about $13,000 a year. Thank you for your time. Have a great night.
Speaker number 3.
Is it on? Okay, yes. Good evening. I'm a parent of 2 LISD students. My husband and I moved here about 20 years or so ago from Austin. We wanted to provide our children a better education, and I did my research. Leander ISD was definitely on the top of the list. And unfortunately, it seems like the last few years or so, it seems like it is, unfortunately, has gone down. Abigail Adams once said, "A people fired with love of their country and of liberty, a zeal for the public good, a noble emulation of glory will not be disheartened or dispirited by a succession of unfortunate events, but like them, may we learn by defeat the power of becoming invincible." This is a message to parents and teachers. Your silence becomes your consent. We need more peaceful non-compliance. The next statement is a message to the board. Just because you are elected, your election to office is not a blind consent for me to be obedient in anything that you can think of and passed by a majority of your body. I would like to speak on behalf of our children's curriculum or their lack of. The majority of the board voted on diversity, equity, and inclusion. I would recommend reading The Inconvenient Minority and educate yourself that it will hurt our children more than help. What I would like to see is the true purpose of an education facility, to teach reading, writing, arithmetics, and accurate history. Diversity, equity, inclusion equals enforce sameness. The purpose is to not engage in social indoctrination or any social ideology. Government school is not a parental school system. DEI fact puts people who do not choose the same path and as others artificially put on that same path in order to make it more representative of the population. With all that said, I would like to focus on accurate history, specifically the Constitution. It's the law of the land. I would like the board to consider and vote in that our children learn the Constitution accurately and in detail. Not just a very little by my 6th grader who reported this to me. Learning our Constitution will bring us together as a country and will prevent further division. Thank you for your time. Good night.
Speaker number 4.
Good evening. Speaking on behalf of many hardworking individuals, CNS speaks out for wanting their pay raise to accommodate the market we all live in. Cannot live in an area in which we work in. I do not want it to be confused on why I'm standing here in front of you, though. We love our job. We love the students, seeing their smiling faces, filling their stomachs with hot-cooked meals to help their better focus throughout their days. CNS employees are tired. We work above our daily expectations with being 50% short-staffed. Since the board meeting, I'd like to ask, just 2 weeks ago, I wonder how many board members put on their non-slip shoes and lived a day of a children nutrition employee. Not the serving portion, that is the best part of our day. I'm talking about the parts it takes to get to that serving part, the in-between the serving times and the end of the day. For an example, Glen High, there should be 16 employees. The other day, we had 5 employees and we served 1,500 students lunch. In between, we also needed to wash tables, take out trash cans, prep for what was needed for those lunches that proceeded afterwards, with 5 employees. Anything stated is not, I'm not trying to offend anyone. I'm also understanding all departments work really hard, but I'm here for CNS. Thank you for any admin also that have stepped up and helped us out on a daily basis. Children Nutrition is trying to keep the hardworking employees that we currently have, and it's becoming harder every day. More employees have turned in even their resignation this week. Draw the line in the sand. Enough is enough. CNS cannot continue with this rate it's going. It is really terrible feeling when you cannot afford to work where you love to work. Thank you.
Speaker number 5.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, and Dr. Gearing. Tonight you will be presented with an auxiliary compensation plan amendment that is not making child nutrition employees happy. The bonuses are a nice gesture for retention, but we need to be competitive with the current market to attract quality candidates to help replace the years of experience lost from our department during these last 2 years. The salary scale adjustment is disappointing, to say the least. My assistant that worked throughout these last 18 months will not be getting an adjustment to her pay with this proposal. Other adjustments range from the low end of 6 cents to the high end of 25 cents more an hour, which is no more than a 2% increase in the pay scale. So why do we stay? Our love of the Leander ISD community and our investment in our students. We know that we are not going to become rich as child nutrition workers. We do it because of our dedication to the children, our peers, the schools, and our community. We need to attract more employees so we can teach them to be like us. And the only way to do that right now is with competitive pay. Just by driving around our district, you can see that $11.58 per hour, it's not competitive. And Leander ISD should do better. Since the last board meeting 2 weeks ago, we have lost another 6 employees. If we lost that many in 2 weeks, ask yourself, can we afford to take 3 more months before the next solution is applied? Thank you.
Speaker number 6.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, and Dr. Gehring. I come before you tonight on behalf of my sisters and brothers in the CNS department. As I told you 2 weeks ago, we are in dire straits because of the lack of staff and the astronomical numbers of students that we are feeding. As a department, we are at critical mass. Our elementaries are working without at least one staff member, and some of them are missing 2. The middle schools are down 3 or 4 people. Our high schools are short 5 to 10 people. This is not sustainable. We have 43 team leads whose combined cafeteria experience totals 498 years. That averages out to 11.5 years per person, or 16,928 hours of experience. We have 8 team leads that have less than 5 years experience. However, we have 13 that have more than 15 years experience. Our staff that carried over the last year total 159. Their combined cafeteria experience totals 1,266 years. That averages out to 8 years per person, or 9,308 hours of experience. The starting wage for our team members is a meager $11.33. It is because of this low sum we cannot fill our kitchens with staff. I previously told you that at my campus we were feeding 60% more students than we were prior to lockdown. Across the district, we are seeing record numbers of meals served. Did you know that the CNS staff that has been here with LISD for many years are barely making more than people that just started? For whatever reason, while the base pay has increased over the years, that 2% that the staff receives does not keep pace with this. For example, an employee that has more than 15 years with the district makes just barely under, or makes less than $2 more than a new hire, but they have 15 years of experience. I personally have been with LISD for 10 years. I recently updated my resume because I had not included all the management and restaurant experience in my original application. So I typed it all up. 23.5 years of management experience, 25 years of restaurant experience. And guess what? I got a whole dime. I don't know what kind of abacus that the district uses when it decides our pay rates, but maybe it's time that the CNS employees are paid like we live in the 21st century.
Speaker number 7.
No. Good evening. I'm Mrs. Pogson. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. First, I'd like to say of the CNS staff, man, I hear you. Thank you for being here. I'm a concerned member of the community, and I'm here because I would like to have my concerns on record. As a taxpayer in the Leander Independent School District, I am happy to have my tax dollars go to support the local police. I have a deep respect for law enforcement officers as a whole. However, I'm outraged that I am funding an educational institution that provides police-hating propaganda to the youth in our community. The book, All American Boys, is offered to your 9th grade students in the Fall Book Club. It may seem like a good choice because it's one of the few on the list that does not have explicit sexual content, yet it still manages to be extremely offensive. Not just because it's filled with obscene language, but because it's packed with racist police stereotypes that promote a false narrative. The authors misrepresent actual events and abuse statistics to present a dangerously false narrative about the controversial current events. The book prods the reader into activism against law enforcement. It is unhealthy, misleading, and does not represent the community values of the district. This is not a book to be offered lightly. At the very least, it could be used in a teacher-guided comparison study with literature that presents an opposing view. It is too dangerous in a student-led discussion group among impressionable 14-year-olds. I wonder if this book contributed to any of the obscene anti-police graffiti that the city of Cedar Park had to wash off walls and pillars last summer. Even more of our tax dollars down the drain. Thank you for your time and for allowing me to speak this evening. Oops.
Speaker number 8.
Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Gearing, Board of Trustees. Today, I'm a substitute teacher and I spent the day teaching 2nd grade. And I'd like to let you know what I did. The kids made a pumpkin craft, then wrote a story about their pumpkin. Later, we read a story about an artist who makes clay pots. And the class wrote the steps in how he made his clay pots. We went to recess, lunch, they drew the life cycle of a mosquito, and we managed to even play a game of Pictionary. We never once discussed race or gender, and they weren't encouraged to hate their country or their parents or the police. There are people in our community trying to convince parents that teachers are poisoning their children. All the while, teachers quietly go about their work and try to do their best and keep trying each and every day. Teachers are tired of being used in this culture war that is being pushed by politics, and anyone who comes up here and says otherwise, I challenge you to sub for a day. You would not last an hour. Aside from providing an education to thousands of students, our district employs at least 5,000 community members, attracts family into our cities, and brings money into our economy. Public school is good for our community, and anyone pushing public school to fail is pushing our community and economy to fail. It's time to stand up and defend public school as an institution and our district as an imperative pillar of our community.
Speaker number 9.
Good evening. With all this child nutrition that spoke, I am appalled that they make that much, or that little. And you guys approved a position for CRT for $160,000. That should be going to the people that are feeding our children at the school. It should also, Bruce Gearing, you make over $300,000 and you have your employees here begging for money. Why don't you, put some of that money back in the fund and pay some of these people? It's ridiculous. Good evening. I come here tonight feeling optimistic because even though some of you feel that we are the minority and that we only come here to cause trouble, you can't ignore Tuesday night's results simply because you don't agree with us. This should be a wake-up call for each and every one of you, and especially the ones that don't agree with us. Do you hear us now? What more do we need to do? Our community is deeply divided, and it's not just a few parents. A lot of people can't make it to these meetings, or they choose not to come simply out of fear of retaliation. But don't be fooled. We have an army of fed-up parents and citizens standing behind us. There needs to be some accountability and transparency with what has happened and what continues to happen in our district. There also needs to be some honest and open conversation with parents like me. You all sat by watching this train wreck happen, and you did nothing. Each and every one of you need to acknowledge this publicly before any healing and constructive change can happen. We deserve representation, even if we don't politically think the same. Gloria has stated on numerous occasions that school board positions are nonpartisan, so why don't all of you start acting like it? And start representing us, not your beliefs or your agenda, but us. Enough is enough. Do you see us now? We are not going away, no matter the threats, no matter the hate mail. These are our children. We are not happy with how you are running our schools. We are not happy with our woke superintendent. I especially was not happy learning that Dr. Gearing hasn't even balanced a budget in over 10 years. sad thing is, you all knew this before you hired him. All I had to do was Google his name to find out these things, but you obviously didn't care. You hired him anyway. I cannot wait to see what happens what the next election brings, because you guys have awoken a frickin' storm.
Remember, we're trying to conduct the meeting with citizen comments. I would ask for us to please continue not to try to do back and forth, and let's have speaker number 10. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm speaking for myself and not any other organization. I'm really sorry that the bond failed. I'm heartbroken and do not envy the position this puts you in as a board. I know others are telling you tonight that the defeat of Prop A and Prop C shows they are the majority, and I disagree. In November of 2018 election, 43,000 people voted. Each of you on the board tonight, because of that election, received at least 20,000 votes. In November of 2020 election, 71,000 people voted, and each of you on the board tonight, because of that election, received at least 41,000 votes. The total turnout for the election was approximately 20,000 people. Prop A only lost by 1%. Prop C only lost by 4% with the unofficial results. When 50,000 voters stay home, the votes received do not necessarily represent the district stakeholders or their opinions. Over the next several months, you'll be put in a very difficult position and forced to make many very difficult and unpopular decisions. I may not always agree with you or your decisions, but I will be here to help and support you in our district in any ways that I can. I also want to talk briefly about our books. I thought Dr. Troxell's response to Governor Abbott was enlightening. He mentioned that the requests being made should really be directed to the State Board of Education or TEA. He also specifically said that we should continue allowing our professional librarians the ability to select and maintain books that meet the needs of our communities. If TASB, through Dr. Troxell, believes that removal of books is decided by SBOE and TEA standards, that school boards are responsible for being aware and instituting any changes created by SBOE and TEA, that professional librarians should be responsible for filling the shelves of public school libraries, then why are we as a district reconsidering and reevaluating all of our library books instead of leaving that decision to our professional librarians? Thank you.
Speaker number 11.
Good evening. I'm reading an anonymous letter from a teacher. This teacher had written previous letters, but is a new one. Leander ISD Board of Trustees and Dr. Gearing, my question tonight is why? Why are you hiding parents in the audience behind a partition at school board meetings? Why are you still limiting the numbers of seats to parents? Why are you turning the mic off the parents to support each other? Why are you forcing a clear back policy at the board meetings for parents only? Why are you treating parents like terrorists? Why are you limiting free speech? Why is there not a camera view of all the board meetings during the meetings, especially during citizen comments? Why is pornography allowed in our schools? Why is pornography promoted in our literature? Why is Leander ISD grooming our children? Why is Leander ISD risking triggering some of our most vulnerable students with pornographic illustrations and violent sex details? Why does Leander ISD literature give detailed instructions on how to have anal sex, give hand jobs, blow jobs, and the use of sex toys? Why is Leander ISD literature promoting the raping of females when incapacitated? Why are kindergartners encouraged to change their gender if they want? Why do elementary students have access to books that state the doctor may have made a mistake about their gender and they may not be a girl or a boy when they're born? That's ludicrous, sorry. Why do parents do not know about these books in elementary? Why are they being ordered for all elementary libraries after parents discovered them and complained about it? Why is Leander ISD ignoring parental rights as to when complicated sexual subjects are introduced to their children? Why are parental morals, ethics, and belief systems being discarded by this board, superintendent, and some faculty in Leander ISD? Why is trustee place number 4 allowed to bully disabled parents online? Why is trustee place number 3 allowed to say on social media, "fuck all churches," when the majority of our community worship is at churches? Why is trustee place number 2 allowed to publicly marginalize and cancel our community members' ethnicity for not sharing their political views, her political views? Why is trustee place number 4 hosting the extremely controversial racist PTA podcast, Nice White Parents, that claims white parents are the problem in our schools? Why is she targeting white parents in Leander ISD? Isn't it racist? Why does Leander ISD PTA feels the need to post self-help videos teaching parents how to avoid being racist and not raise racist children? Why is rape, incest, pedophilia, oral sex, anal sex, dildo sex, gay sex, heterosexual sex, incestuous sex, violent sex, underage sex an ongoing theme promoted throughout Leander ISD literature, even when parents expose it? Thank you.
Speaker number 12.
Why does LSD keep claiming this filth has been removed from classrooms? Why is SEL, social emotional learning, that contradicts family values, being patronized in the classroom over academics? Why does LISD and many of its radical progressive teachers thumb their noses at parental rights? Why does LISD not respect the parents that have ultimate authority over their children's education? Why does LISD allow parents that promote violence against law enforcement? Why are our students not being prepared to compete in rigorous English courses at the collegiate level? Why are graphic, below Lexile level books being promoted by teachers? Why have trustees agreed that parents do not need transparency? Why did LISD hide the opt-out option for masks? Why were teachers told not to mention the opt-out to parents? Why does Dr. Gearing think he is above the law by ignoring executive orders prohibiting government entities from mandating masks? Why does Dr. Gearing expect teachers to break this executive order, putting their livelihoods at risk for potential lawsuits? Why is critical race theory, which is based on oppressors and the oppressed, being promoted in our library and classroom literature? Why does LISD continue to lie about this to parents? Why does the majority of this board and a small group of radicalized rogue teachers think that they have the authority to disregard parental rights? Why are teachers afraid to speak up? Instead, they speak anonymously for fear of being fired or harassed. Why are taxpayers paying the racist keynote speakers to spew divisive rhetoric to our teachers? Why are teachers afraid to complain about this? Why isn't anyone on this board ever held accountable for their vile behavior? Why doesn't this board keep the radical left-wing ideologies out of the district duty of educating our children? Why does this board allow political ideologies to run rampant within the classrooms by teachers who have an agenda other than academics? Why is this board not listening to the taxpayers, parents, and LISD, and however have no problem asking for millions of dollars? Why has the culture in LISD become so radicalized? Why has the culture in many of our schools become so toxic? Why has the culture in LISD become so divided?
Because the school board.
Speaker number 13.
I'm reading a letter written by a teacher the day of the election. LISD's guiding document, 10 Ethical Principles, lists as its first, honesty, defined as telling the truth. Honesty is foundational in any relationship, including the relationship one has with their school district. The safety and security bound in truth are what led me to easily raise my children in this district. Knowing that what my servant leaders tell me is real and right gives me confidence and pride to teach here as long as I have. That trust has just been eroded. On September 16th, 2021, at the end of a DWIC meeting, Bruce Gearing gave a speech about the November 2nd bond election. He was asking us for nearly $1 billion. He said to all of us that this would not be paid for with a property tax raise. At a subsequent faculty meeting, his representative and his flyer told my entire staff that these new bonds would not be paid for with a property tax raise. In a 4-page pamphlet sent home to our families, LISD again said, in bold, that the proposed project can be financed without a tax rate increase. Imagine my surprise when I got to the polls and see on the ballot, this is a property tax increase. This is a property tax increase. This is a property tax increase. This seems like what I was told was a lie with a smile so easily repeated and handed out like roses. Then I recall the flyers only had one side of things, the good things, all the things that the money will buy when the bonds are sold. That our board has worked hard to get our credit rating improved and pay down debt, which it has, thank you, but the rest of the story was left out. LISD is still $1.1 billion in debt, $100 million over its current debt capacity. Divided up, that makes approximately $26,000 owed per student to be paid off by 2051. Is now really the time to be almost doubling that number? If the servant leaders of LISD aren't upfront about the full conditions of taking on new debt, should I expect honesty elsewhere? I ask for Bruce Gearing to explain the difference between the bond election campaign wording and the election ballot wording. I ask for Bruce Gearing and the board, when asking for money, to disclose all information, whether it may work for or against the desired outcome, in meetings, on flyers, and online in 2 clicks or less. This includes, but is not limited to, current debt, debt load, and the payoff date, written at a middle school level. I ask that Bruce Gearing and the board use ballot language when campaigning for their causes so there are no surprises. I was surprised and a little angry at first. Now I'm saddened. There are 2 directions we can go from here, and I'll sum it up with 2 quotes from C.S. Lewis. The first is, the greatest evils in the world will not be carried out by men with guns, but by men in suits sitting behind desks. And the one that I hope for, you can't go back and change the beginning, but you can start where you are and change the ending.
Speaker number 14.
Before you guys ask us for any more money, why don't you try taking care of your staff first? I was talking to a detective today, and he asked me a question. I told him about the similarities between the Cedar Park City Council and the school board meetings. When a few city council members were getting harassed and protested in Cedar Park, protesters kept saying, "This is such an embarrassment. Let's make city council boring again." Several meetings ago, different activists began saying the same thing here. "This is such an embarrassment. Let's make school board meetings boring again." Why wouldn't the city council and school board want the citizens to be interested, show up, and speak? Why do they want these meetings boring? I don't find it a coincidence that anonymous letters originating in the city council spread to the community members actively participating in speaking here at the school board and harassed the same way. Why the harassment? Because both city council and school board were and are getting too much attention, and those that profit didn't like it. Boring is best. Boring can pass anything under our noses without resistance from the community. Now to the progressive activist teachers and the progressive activists here in this room. You are being used by those that profit from these bonds. You are being used as a shield for those that do not have your best interest at heart. Assuming we are focused on you and you on us, no one's focused on them, on our elected officials and what they are doing. Did any of you ever ask yourself why local campaigns, boards, and councils cost a couple of $1,000s, that used to cost a couple of $1,000s, now cost tens of thousands of dollars? Why would any local candidate take out a $20,000 loan or loan themselves $40,000 for a non-paid position? Ask yourself that. Some local candidates, city officials, almost raised $100,000. It is not about selfless service, as some candidates claim it to be. It is about money. Your money is just as green as mine. They don't care where it comes from as long as they get it. And if we are fighting each other, we aren't paying attention to what they are doing. And we need to. As far as the books are concerned, many LGBT members support the parents fighting the disgusting books accessible to minors throughout the country. This is a fact. Do you think that they want to be recognized or depicted like these books are? Or do you think they want to be recognized as notable composers, mathematicians, scientists, comedians, and so much more? As far as parents labeled as censoring books, guess who got angry about a book recommendation from an elected city council member? Cedar Park Indivisible. In Austin of 2018, several activists showed up and demanded that Councilman Chavez take back a recommendation and a book donation he made to the Cedar Park Library. What was the book? Death of a Nation. No sex in the book, no foul language, just history and facts. Think about that for a second.
Speaker 15.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Mike Sanders, and I'm here to represent the interests of a majority of the voting taxpayers in the Leander ISD, as are quite a few other people. I know that this was a disappointment to most of you folks, what happened this week in the election, but it should be an eye-opener for you. You know, when horse races take place on a track, the riders of those horse races put blinders up, attach blinders to the bridle so that the horses won't be able to use their peripheral vision, so they can only see just what's straight ahead. Well, for a long time, this Board of Trustees has worn blinders and tried not to look at diverse ways, tried to avoid diverse ways of looking at things. For example, 2 meetings ago, the president, Trish Bodie, who writes the agenda, placed 2 items on the agenda. One was replacement for the vacant seat on the board, and the other was a swearing-in ceremony. Well, the board had previously voted not to allow the LISD taxpayers to choose who they wanted to represent them, but rather to let the board choose. Well, so that was put on the agenda, and when it was put on the agenda, the board at that time had held no public discussion about qualities that they would like to see in a candidate. The board had had no solicitations for any potential candidates. The board conducted no public interview of any potential candidate. The board had not previously chosen who would fill the position, and yet a swearing-in ceremony was placed on the agenda. Well, what are some things that are necessary before you place a swearing-in ceremony on the agenda? First of all, the person who's going to be sworn in has to be present at the meeting, okay? Second of all, the person has to know ahead of time that they're going to get sworn in. Third, the person swearing them in has to be present, whether that's a judge or some other person that's special to them. Fourth, the person normally would have invited family and friends, maybe a photographer, to film this special event in his or her life. Right? So to place the ceremony on the agenda, the president of this board either had prior knowledge that all those things were in place, or she's completely incompetent and doesn't even realize what it takes to have a swearing-in ceremony. You have to have a person present to swear in. If you don't even know that, you really are lacking. The biggest problem we have here is blinders. The biggest problem that we have in the Leander Independent School District is a board that's not able to look at anything except their small, narrow field of vision. And so I encourage you to be more open-minded.
Mike, thank you for your comments. We'll need speaker number 16 now.
Good evening. Over the last several years, citizens and parents of LISD have expressed major concerns about highly sexualized and even pornographic curriculum content and divisive classroom teaching that asserts students can be categorized as victims or oppressors on the basis of their ethnicity or beliefs. We want to be involved in our children's education and have sought to provide our input by serving on committees, petitioning school officials, and speaking at district board meetings. Many of us feel like our concerns have largely been dismissed, and I believe that perception was a driving force in the voters' decision to reject 2 of the 3 bond proposals in the recent election. We sent a message, and we demand to be heard. We have served on many As a local TV station reported, our superintendent acknowledged that district officials, quote, have to understand what happened and how to go forward. But then he stated, I definitely think we will consider that we will go back to the bonds in May. Is this listening? No, it's not. Before there is a discussion about another bond proposal, voters want to see substantial changes. Stop the political indoctrination and stop the radical sexualization of our students. We are willing to work with you, but we will continue to make our voices heard. If the disregard for our concerns persists, the next election might result in the rejection of more than just a bond proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 17. Speaker 17.
There are so many parents that are not able or not comfortable speaking at the board meetings. That's why it's so often you see the same speakers. But for each one of us readers, there are hundreds that share these sentiments. This is one of these anonymous letters from a parent. Dr. Gearing and the LISD board want to know why the bond didn't pass. I can help them answer that question, and I promise you it has nothing to do with money. I've never voted against a school bond in my life, but I'm voting no this time. I can't tell you how many times I heard that sentiment over the past few weeks. We, everyday parents from all walks of life and belief systems, have no trust in the current LISD leadership. And because the board barely paused when one of their own, a moderate liberal board member, resigned recently due to the extreme indifference of the majority of his fellow board members to inappropriate material in the classroom, we felt the only way to send a message to the superintendent and the board that they are on the wrong path was to vote down the bond. They say money talks. Let's see if they finally start to listen. We've seen the video of an LISD teacher lecture his class that anyone who voted for Trump is a racist. We have read the books promoted as romance or coming-of-age stories that contain explicit graphic content, even illustrations of rape. Our children have brought home from middle school English class diagrams of privilege that tell them by virtue of their skin color whether they are destined to be victims or victors. We've heard from dedicated teachers that are required to attend sensitivity training, which among other things instructs them that the Christianity is a root of white supremacy. We have read social media posts of activist teachers bragging about indoctrinating students to their points of view. We have heard from convicted teachers that district leadership has instructed them to conceal curriculum material from parents. We are aware of efforts underway to dumb down education in all classrooms under the misguided justification of making learning accessible. This lowering of expectations not only violates LISD goals and core beliefs, it is prejudice pure and simple. We've had enough. We are not right-wing extremists. We are diverse moms and dads that voted in favor of previous bonds, and many that voted for several of the current board members. We are appalled by the betrayal of trust that the board has ever displayed over the last several years and will continue to do everything in our power to fight for our children's education. We expect the superintendent and board to, 1, recognize each student as a unique individual capable of success with the right encouragement and support. 2, support every teacher as they work to educate their students and help them to think critically about their world. 3, institute a zero-tolerance policy for politics in the classroom. 4, work with parents who are the primary educators of their children to ensure each child is safe, supported, challenged, and
at school. 5, create an environment that is open and inclusive for all, where no one fears retribution for speaking their truth. 6,
Thank you. Speaker 17. Speaker number 18.
I'm going to finish up hers. Number 6, being good stewards of district resources, including fully vetting curriculum purchases and respecting the precious time of our educators. That concludes the parent letter. Now I'll speak for myself. I'm one of many parents to which this speech referred. Normally, I would vote for a bond, as we are a fast-growing district and need options to keep up with growth. The results of this vote was not a reflection of a community who didn't want to build schools. No. This was the only actionable opportunity available to voice our distrust in the decisions, operations, and actions of this administration and board. On November 15th, you're having a special meeting to canvass why the bond was shut down. Let me save you a little time, and I can tell you why we don't trust you. Number 1, this was originally almost $1 billion bond that could have been trimmed down. However, you decided to make it more palatable by dividing it up, breaking it up over a 3-year span, thinking we wouldn't notice the original price tag. If you were transparent with the needs of the bond, showing effort in trimming extras and not massaging it or trying to sell it to us, we would trust you. But no, you sent more emails, Remind 101s, videos, district announcements at the football game, pushing teachers to encourage students to sell their parents on the bond more than any other election. Curious as to how much money was spent on that campaign. Your tactics were over the top. If you didn't try to shove it down our throats, we would trust you. Number 2, you have not condemned the over-sexualization of our children in our curriculum. In fact, you've gone as far as to support the very tools that promote it, all under the fake guise of inclusion. This includes books with low reading lexiles, dripping with superfluous profanity and graphic themes of sexual escapades, rape, gang rape, molestation, and incest. Some even offer explicit pictures to burn these images into the brains of our children. It doesn't take a degree, only reasonable adult discernment to know that this is harmful to a developing brain. If you exercised a little bit of common sense, we would trust you. Number 3, you continue to turn a blind eye to the CRT pushed in the district through curriculum and offer no consequences to the small group of self-proclaimed activist teachers that promote this, even when it's brought to your attention. 4, in district training, you instruct teachers that it's okay to lie and withhold information from parents regarding personal information about their own children, information that you have no right to ask. If you didn't encourage the act of willfully lying to parents, we would trust you. Number 5, you form endless numbers of committees that, let's be honest, are created in response to the mess that you have allowed through your lack of action.
Thank you, Trista. Speaker number 19.
I will continue her speech. Number 5, you form endless numbers of committees that, let's be honest, are created in response to the mess that you have allowed through lack of action. The district is paid to handle these problems. As you have pointed out time and time again, you have the training and degrees. So why create volunteer committees to do your job? You should be vetting before they are in the hands of children. You only create more work for your staff to manage, organize, and report while wasting the time of parents who volunteer, as you already have a predetermined outcome decided. Additionally, why are these committees developing bylaws? When bylaws are created, the board doesn't even take the time to read, review, or approve them to ensure they are not contradicting the very statutes that created the committees. Yet you fillet a sitting board member for daring to ask repeatedly for a simple review to ensure compliance with statute. Then you shove it through with what was clearly a predetermined vote. How irresponsible is it to work from bylaws that are not even reviewed or approved? Yet we are supposed to trust that you will be responsible with a 2-part billion-dollar bond? 6, we ask repeatedly for the board to not appoint a new board member, but instead give the community a chance to choose via the election process. We were super clear that win, lose, or draw, the process would at least restore some trust between the community and board. After all, election is how the rest of you got here. But no, you appoint, making it clear that you have no interest in community input. You've done everything you can to push a false perception that issues listed are just complaints from a small rogue group of people. You do this by altering the set of meetings, changing camera angles to limit the view of viewers at home because you don't like signs, and cut microphones in effort to silence the crowd when they offer support between speakers. Simultaneously, you make statements indicating that the meeting is out of control when it's not. It is an intentional fake narrative to portray concerned parents as a small fringe group. As stated by the anonymous parent, we are a very diverse community of parents who, quite frankly, don't always see eye to eye, but we all agree that the district and board operate in ways that do not reflect our community and that are not in the best interest of our children. If you weren't trying to silence parents by putting us in this box, we would trust you. The bottom line is, you have ignored valid parental concerns. We are the taxpayers and your constituents. It's hard to trust a district and board that does not even acknowledge concerns, yet has the audacity to assert that you know better what's best for our children than we do. That is why the bond failed.
Speaker 20?
After the many reports of inappropriate material being provided to our minor children as book club or classroom library reading selections surfaced, any reasonable and rational person would have pulled every single book until a thorough review had been done, and not by the same committee that supposedly reviewed the selections prior to their approval by this board in March of 2020. In September, I brought to this board reading material that graphically describes 10-year-old children engaged in sex acts. Again, at that time, any reasonable and rational person would have pulled every single book that sat on shelves unvetted. Yet, on September 30th, Mr. Bentz nonchalantly presented to this board almost as if there was humor in the fact that the district acknowledged that there were more books out there like Lawn Boy, and again, instead of doing what any reasonable or rational person would do, he stated that classroom library selections would remain unvetted for up to another year. So for up to another year, the board has agreed that it is acceptable to continue to expose minors to obscene filth. I recently found All Boys Aren't Blue, which is found at 3 LISD high schools and a middle school. This book was accessible for children as young as 11. This scene of a 13-year-old having a sleepover with his 17 to 18-year-old cousin. Then you place both hands on my hips as we lay side by side. There was still something poking me. You were fully erect at this point. I was nervous. You can't tell anybody, okay? You promise you're not going to tell anyone? You then grabbed my hand and made me touch it. It was the first time I had ever touched a penis that wasn't my own. Cousins weren't supposed to do these things with cousins. You told me to take off my pajama pants, then you took off your shorts, followed by your boxers. You stood in front of me, fully erect, and said, "Taste it." This is what boys like us do when we like each other. I only did it for 45 seconds before you had me stop. Then you got down on your knees and told me to close my eyes. It goes on, but I'll stop there. Again, I want to repeat that this reading material was accessible to children as young as 11 at one of LISD's middle schools. Why has no one from the board or district administration demanded that every single unvetted book be pulled? If you can't make the determination of what is appropriate or not, you have no business being around children. It's not coincidental that we continue to find books about child molestation, child rape, pedophilia. According to the Follett School Solutions invoice that we've obtained, there's over $600,000 worth of classroom library books purchased by a Mr. G. White with the district. A quick org chart search reveals he reports directly to the CFO. So either the CFO gave the approval to purchase or her boss, Bruce Gearing, signed off on this. The district has committed crimes against children. While this may not be prosecutable according to penal code, it does not make it any less egregious. We may not be able to judge you in a court of law, but I'm confident you will be judged.
Speaker 21.
It's great to be here again. I've been busy the last few weeks, so I haven't been able to make it. On August 3rd, 2019, Bruce Gearing was asked this question: what is something you would like the community members to know about you? And he said, I really, truly care about every kid. I treat every kid in the system as if they were my own. So whenever I'm making a decision, I'm asking myself, if this were my kid in this situation, what would I do? And that's what I'm going to do. Bruce Gearing, August 3rd, 2019. I can assure you these numbers are real. We're deeply in debt. And morally, wow. The things that keeps getting read here again and again and again. How is he our leaderboard? His contract is up on July 31st of 2022. Will he make it that long? Will you make it that long? This debt is real, and when it comes due, it's shocking. When will you be? Where will you be? Will you sell your homes and leave the district like some have? See, if you're outside the district, you don't have to pay for this bill, but you get to help make it while you're here. Under governmental immunity, if you are so-called doing the act of your job, you're not held accountable, which is why no district in the country by federal law is allowed to go bankrupt. This is what I have been telling people for months. This is why that bond failed. $1 billion? I thought when you first started at 1.5, wow, it's a bailout bond. I'm sorry, I can't stop laughing so much. You guys, I mean, when you made a teacher in service day so that the parents had to watch their kids, and then you told the teachers to vote for the bond, you see the games? The parents see the games. We all see these games, and I know sometimes it works. Last time you had a bond, only 3,000 people voted, and I told people if we had 15, I wanted 50,000, but if 15 to 20,000 vote, I think we can defeat it. By gosh, we had 20,000 people care. Can you imagine that? And I guess my last thing is, how much do you care about these kids? The stuff is in the schools, you have the ability to take it out. Yet you're not. Why?
All right, board members, that concludes our citizen comments portion. We'll be moving to our COVID-19 mitigation and consideration discussion of our agenda. I said we're moving to our COVID-19 mitigation and consideration portion of our agenda. And board members, also, if you need to use the facilities, go use them, but we're getting started. We can take a pause in the middle. Y'all let me know. Just send me smoke signals, wave at me.
All right, good evening, Madam President. During a presentation at the September 30th, 2021 board meeting, trustees requested that administration make recommendations regarding additional mitigation and considerations to address ventilation and filtration systems and workforce needs. This presentation is in response to that request. I would like to note that this particular agenda item is for discussion only. We do have a subsequent agenda item where we're going to be asking for possible action of the approval of the amended compensation plan, but this particular item is for discussion only.
Good evening, Madam President, trustees, Dr. Gearing. Just want to quickly go over some of the things that are occurring in the district with COVID. In our current situation, we are in our yellow stage, which is a moderate situation, but improving, and it's improving rapidly, which is good news. When I submitted this slide a little over a week ago, below 10 was an accurate number, but we are approaching closer to 5, and we're starting to see good progress happening within our schools and our community with COVID. We are still seeing some clusters in our classrooms, especially at our elementary level, and so we do have concerns, but we do know that it is an improving area. Some of the strategies that we are currently in are mask recommended while indoors 3 feet, and large group gatherings still outdoors is recommended. Some things that we are still currently doing, we still do have our testing site set up at Gupton and at Cedar Park High School. Cedar Park High School courses for staff only. And this past Monday, we had a vaccine clinic that was available for first and second shots and boosters. And we had over 100 people attend that clinic. We partnered with Austin Public Health. This Saturday, we will have a vaccine clinic for our 5 to 11-year-old children. We are partnering with an outside group, and I think some of you have heard. There are actually 1,000 doses of vaccine that they have available to give on Saturday. As Leander High School was presenting, I received an email confirming that we will have another partnership. I'm not ready to announce it yet because we got to get everything smoothed out, but we will be having another opportunity to partner with another outside group at a later date within the next couple of weeks for another 5 to 11-year-old clinic. And so the good news is we do see improving in the area. And when you walk into the classrooms, you do see the difference that it makes with the improvements that we see while we're in the yellow stage.
Thank you. As Dr. Arterberry mentioned, we did present a bunch of information on various area cleaning technologies that are possibilities for the campuses. One thing I did want to mention also, ASHRAE and CDC have recommendations, and again, they go by the saying is you delete, exhaust, contain, and clean the building air. And as you can see, we're doing all of those steps right now. We purge the air 2 hours prior to occupancy and 2 hours post-occupancy. We exhaust. We do control our relative humidity in the buildings between 40 and 60, and then of course we clean the air by using MERV 11 and MERV 13 filters within our buildings. We also did discuss various additional air cleaning technologies and talked about 3 options in particular: the needle point bipolar ionization, the UVGI, the ultraviolet germicidal irradiation, either upper room or within the HVAC airstream systems, and of course HEPA filters also. And then we had talked about 3 others that were not really applicable to a school setting. And at this time, as John did mention, with the numbers going down, our recommendation is just to maintain the MERV 11 and MERV 13 filters for the remainder of this 21-22 school year.
All right.
Just a second before we go on, we have a question.
Certainly.
Sorry, I just had one quick follow-up, Jimmy. I think given conditions, that makes sense. I guess my question is, if conditions were to change, for instance, we didn't anticipate Delta, and if we're in a moment where we're not anticipating something that might come up down the road, if those conditions changed, would that potentially change the recommendation, or how do you see that transpiring if we were to see another spike?
That's a very good question. Of course, we're going to monitor this continuously. As John mentioned, they are always monitoring the averages, and if we start seeing averages go up or we are made aware of another variant coming forward, we're going to reevaluate and be bringing back discussions to the board at that time. But no, we're always watching out for that.
One more thing, just to follow up on the air thing. Does the MERV 11 and MERV 13 handle flu as well? The flu, like the regular flu?
I mean,
just wondering if that'll help us with the flu season.
It helps a little, but the from where we were MERV 8 previous to COVID, and we started using MERV 11, MERV 13. So it is a better filter system, but it's, you know, it's like anything.
All right, we are now going to move into staffing challenges and workforce considerations. At the last board meeting, we provided you with some information regarding the vacancy issues with some departments within the district. We also brought forward some options for your consideration, and you asked us to return with some recommendations. So that's what we'll be doing tonight. Before I do that, I would like to remind you of the vacancy in some of these high-need positions. This was June and September, and just to update you with the October numbers, CNS has moved from 41% to 42%. Custodial has gone from 38% to 41% vacancy. Plant services has actually decreased to 24%, and transportation has remained the same at 22%. So as you can see, CNS and custodial continue to be our primary high needs areas that we continue to struggle to find enough labor to fill those vacant positions and to backfill any positions that come open on a continual basis. So we wanted to bring forward our recommendations, and we're going to start with expanding the $250 referral stipend to include these high needs positions that we continue to have difficulty finding labor to fill. This is something that we've currently been offering in transportation for a couple of years, as we've had challenges in transportation for several years. So we would like to extend that into these other high needs positions. Additionally, add a $250 sign-on stipend for new hires, again, in these high-needs positions, including instructional aides. In addition, we are recommending the market adjustments that were recommended in the spring, but we, at that time, recommended that we push that into the next budget year due to budget constraints. We are asking for the board to go ahead and approve those mid-year so that we can complete that, as it was the compensation full analysis for that year, and that was our recommendation for the year. This is something that we will also push forward. As you remember, we're on a 2-year cycle for our scales. We have 10 salary scales. We kind of split them in half and do half 1 year, half the next. But what we are going to do in this upcoming year, over the next several months, is do a complete study, bring auxiliary back into this analysis for this year, even though they are off cycle. We do believe that the environment has changed, and we need to bring that in and be flexible and be responsive to what is going on in our community. So we will be asking to bring that back into the review. But at this time, our recommendation is to complete that assessment that was done in the spring and move forward with that market adjustment.
Carolyn, I just want to make sure and restate it right. You're saying the adjustments that we had approved, you're going to go ahead and move that, like fast track it, move that forward. In addition, you want to go back and reevaluate as well and do that and bring that to us in a second part.
In a sense, I think we're saying the same thing, but yes. So this $600,000 is a carryover from the last year's
analysis. We're currently in the process of beginning the analysis for the next budget year, for the 21-20 or the 22-23 budget year. On our typical rotation cycle, we would not do auxiliary this year. They are not up for review this year because we did them last year. But what we are saying is we want to pull them in again, review them with the market data that comes out. TASB will issue that market data the end of November, 1st of December. So we'll have the new market data to take into consideration, as well as everything that is going on in our current state of environment. So we would like to bring them off cycle, pull them into this year's analysis as well, and bring a recommendation in the spring with the budget for potential market adjustments for this group again. So in addition, we also want to recognize all employees. This has been a very difficult 18 months, and we wanted to recognize all employees. And working with Elaine and Laura Lynn, we have brought forward a recommendation for a one-time lump sum payment for all employees of $600, with an additional $400 for those high-need positions in custodial and CNS. That gives them an additional boost in terms of a retention stipend, but also recognizes all employees for the outstanding job that they have done during this very difficult time. In addition, we would like to authorize a one-time lump sum payment of $1,000, an additional $1,000 as a recruitment and retention stipend for those high-need custodial and CNS positions. This would be paid at their last check of the 21-22 fiscal year. So for some of those, it will be June. For some of those, it will be July, because it's for work paid through June. That first lump sum, I think I failed to say, it's up there on the slide, but that would be paid in December. It would be on everyone's December check, which is received before we go out for the winter break. So that would be something that all employees would see on their December check, and then the end of year check for custodial and CNS. We are not bringing forward a recommendation for substitutes at this time. The fill rate has continued to increase as we work with ESS, which is our vendor. They have done a great job of getting that fill rate up. They continually bring in about 100 new subs into the system about every 3 weeks, and we're continuing to see that fill rate climb. Now, I'm not going to say that we won't come back if that trend does not continue. We know that we have not kept up with the market for our substitutes. We know that this is an area that we are going to have to bring back next year if we don't have to bring back in the spring. But at this time, given the priority of our CNS and custodial and some of those other high needs positions, we felt like we had to prioritize. With the fill rate coming up, we felt like maybe we could potentially hold off on our substitutes for right now.
Carolyn, we have some speaker mics lit up, so let's have Aaron, and then Anna would be next.
Okay.
Just a couple of, just one really qualifying question or clarifying question. To make sure I'm reading the English correctly, right? Yes. My reading says that in December, all employees would get an extra $600.
Correct.
And when we say high need custodial and CNS, does that mean all custodial and CNS, or does that mean particular people in those departments? And how do I know what that looks like?
Yes, so we have developed the guidelines, the administrative guidelines, to support the administration of these, the referral stipends, as well as the lump sum payments. We've identified the key positions that we are having difficulty in finding labor for. For custodial, it's AM, PM, custodial, and floor techs. In CNS, for CNS, it's basically anybody who's on a campus serving food. So it's your CNS assistants, your team leads, everybody at a campus, forward-facing with students serving meals to students. So again, we do have those outlined in very specific guidelines administratively of how to administer this. All right.
Oh, wait, I have a question.
Oh, I'm so sorry,
It's
Anna.
okay. I just need some clarification. You said last year we did a pay review in regards to auxiliary. I'm just trying to understand, what did we miss if we're having to go back again in this year? Like, what was missed in between?
There wasn't anything missed. What happened was we had a certain amount in the budget that we allocated for staff raises. So what we did, we split our recommendation in half, basically. We said, okay, we'll do half of our recommended market adjustments in this next budget year, recognizing that we have a lot of competing budget needs. We recommended that we could push the other part of that recommendation into the next budget year. So it came down to competing budget interests and making the decision that because the positions were still within what we call the 10% range, 10% above, 10% below the market median. And so, we felt like, no, it wasn't great. But we had to make a decision based on how much money we had in the budget.
So I'm just sorry, just trying to clarify. No. So what will be different about this review now compared to a year ago?
Well, the process is the same. The market has changed. Our environment has changed. And so clearly we have a labor shortage. Clearly we have private sector increasing rates because of this labor shortage. So we have very many competing factors that we didn't have a year ago or a year and a half ago when we did that study. We'll have the new market data from all of our our local districts. We'll have that new data to be able to look at to see what other districts are doing. But we also have this very, very rapidly changing environment around us.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Kieran, to clarify, the TASB study, does it just examine school districts or does it look somewhat at the outside market too?
Now, TASB only looks at local school, or I'm sorry, not local school districts. TASB only looks at school districts. But we access other survey data from like SHRM and other sources to bring in some of that private sector salary data.
Okay, so some of that is going to come into this next study, because I think that's what anecdotally we're seeing around is what other private sector people are doing, right?
Yeah, yes, we will continue. Yeah, and that's something we've done for several years is pulled in some private sector data for those positions like IT, like food service, custodial, that we know there is this competing private sector component to that. Now, we also know we can't pay like Dell, we can't pay, we have limitations with our budget, and so we have to balance that with what our budget can handle.
One other question. When you talk about doing another study at the end of November, December, when are we thinking those adjustments could be made based on that?
So we would not recommend those adjustments until the new budget year, so July 1. That's how the cycle reviewed. Just because of the current state of the budget, we know this is putting a strain on the budget, and I'll let Elaine talk more to that than I will. But we do these studies that it'll take us into January, February before we have a full analysis and a solid recommendation. And then that's when we would bring it to you in May with our annual total rewards presentation with our recommendations for salary and market adjustments for the upcoming year.
Based on those stipends for referrals, or I guess not for referrals, let's look at the one-time payment. Mm-hmm. Do you have any ideas on what that does for this year's salary scale? Like at what level it brings up our minimum and our medians? I guess that's the type of information I really want to know is with that one time for this year, right? The 1,000, because it's 600 for all and then 400 for those CNS employees, and then the other one-time payment on that last paycheck. So that's basically, then that's almost, it's additional 2,000 through
correct.
July. What does that do to the hourly rate for our CNS employees is what I'd like to be able to find out, because I think ultimately that's my biggest, I think a lot of our biggest concern, making sure that that hourly rate is a rate that is fair to our staff and to our community.
Sure, and I hear what you're saying, and so these are one-time payments. These do not extend into the budget year, nor do they impact our min, mid, and max rates. These are strictly a Band-Aid to help our employees right now because we know there's a critical need. So it does not change the minimum, but what it does, and what it does is most of our food service employees work 184 days. They work about 6 hours. There's some 5.5 hours, 6.5 hour positions. So if you just take a 6-hour position, over 184 days, it's about the $2,000 is a little over $2 an hour increase if you were to spread that out. Now, we're in November. They've worked some of those days, so that was clearly going to be more than the $2 an hour. I hesitate to say that I hesitate to make that connection, right, because we don't know what we're going to be bringing forward.
Increase, right.
It's not a salary increase.
But hopefully, when these stipends are done, paid out, then we will have completed our salary assessment that market, and we would be able to make market adjustments at that time.
Exactly. That was the whole goal in bringing these, lump sum payments, to give us an opportunity to help solve an urgent issue that we have right now without committing budgets moving forward until we had time to assess the information, analyze the information, and bring forward a recommendation that we felt like was a balance of paying people a market rate and what the budget could handle. We have to pair both of those together. And I will say another thing. We have a very complex compensation system. We have 10 scales with over 500 titles. All of them are tied together. You can't do one in a silo because it's tied to the next one above it, and it goes all the way up. So it's a very complex system that we'll have to do a lot of analysis and bring forward the best recommendation we can that we can afford within our budget constraints.
Yeah, I just want to reinforce that point, because just because we do an analysis and bring even a recommendation, we may not be able to bring a recommendation because it depends on the rest of the budget too. So yes, we'll do the analysis, and yes, we'll bring the best foot forward, but that of course depends on the whole budget process.
Would it be fair to say this is a bridge to get us to the next step? I think Band-Aid gives me a different type of metaphor, and so I'm looking at this as kind of a bridge. It's not saying this is necessarily solving what we want to solve, but this is addressing, hopefully, or we're trying to address something, and then we will look for solutions. So this is our bridge to get us to our next step.
Absolutely. Bridge is absolutely a great analogy. We can use a bridge. Bridge is good.
So I have a question.
Yes,
you
ma'am.
brought up substitute teachers.
Yes.
And so even though they're not on this list at all, but I was just wondering about, because the impact of their, when they're not available, is being felt in some areas around the district. And so I was wondering if there can be, try to make sure that we're sort of proactive and not waiting for things to get really out of hand, kind of like what we've seen happen. And so that way we're more proactive, even if it's to take a few steps or something before it gets out of hand. And so that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point. And, we work very closely with ESS, who's our vendor. They have provided additional recruiters, additional staff for our account to build that pool of substitutes, to provide incentives to those substitutes that are in the pool to work, to pick up those jobs. Our biggest challenge is last-minute call-ins. Call-ins made after midnight to 3 o'clock in the morning, and it's difficult to find people to fill those positions. But they are looking out and thinking outside of the box of how they can come up with ideas to fill even those last-minute positions on Fridays and Mondays, which is our greatest challenge. So yes, thank you. I appreciate that. You're absolutely right, and we'll continue to work with them and bring forward recommendations on, the substitute pay if we feel like that, if we see that fill rate start declining again, as we saw in the fall, or early on in the school year, we'll definitely bring those back. All right.
One other question,
Yes.
and this is, I guess, a question or a request. As we're looking at that next year's budget planning, and we talk about 2% increases or 4% or whatever that is, have we ever considered a 2% for salaries over this much and a 4% for salaries over this? Because sometimes that 2% is not very impactful when your salary is at a certain rate, or if it's even like medical benefits where we can pay more if someone's salary is below a certain amount, just so that we can, have we ever considered those options?
Sure, and I just remind everybody, several years ago, we paid, teachers got a 7 or 8% increase and everybody else was 4%. So, and we've done different things with benefits. With benefits, we have to be a little bit careful because of some legalities, but it's a great outside of the box thought. So yes, we continue to look at that. Again, I go back to, this is a system that is all tied together. So when we did the 8% for teachers and 4% for everybody else, it compresses everything. And when a teacher wants to go into, make that career progression into a central office job or an assistant principal, when you compress those salaries, they don't see an increase in pay to take that additional responsibility and position. So we have to make sure we don't compress our salaries so much that there's no benefit to become a supervisor for that career progression. So yes, there's lots of challenges and intricacies to keeping this system fair and equitable for a whole number of, over our 500 titles of positions and different levels. But yes, we'll definitely take a look at that.
I just had one comment, I guess, in your discussion of the pay scale as a system caused me to think just a little bit about CNS and all of the team members as a system. I'm a little uncomfortable with the high need label on some custodial positions and some CNS positions. You're the pro. I just don't want to create a division, if we don't have to, between who's high need and who's not, because you're thinking about positions, but it translates into people. And so I'm just, I guess, thinking inclusively about, everybody's suffering together through these difficult times and these challenges. And so, like I say, you know what that means better than I do, but just wanted to provide that perspective.
Sure. No, I appreciate that. It's good feedback. And like you said, we're tying that to the number of vacancies and labor shortage in particular areas. So I hear what you're saying. And yeah, we can definitely look at the language of that and how we've defined that. All right, so now we go to the cost for these recommended mitigations. As you can see there, we've talked a lot about the $600,000 for the market adjustments. The next two are really, they're educated guesses, but they are estimates of what that might look like. So for the referral stipend, $5,000, the sign-on, $108,500. We know the lump sum pretty closely to $3.6 million, and then $449,000 for that end of year for the CNS and custodial departments, for a total of $4.8 million. And now I'm going to turn it over to Elaine, and she'll take you through how we're going to pay for that.
You spend it, I pay for it. All right, so on the previous slide, if you take those two one-time payment amounts, those total to just over $4 million. It's important to note CNS is a separate fund, so it's not the general fund. And we are experiencing an increase in revenues there because of the free meals for all kids. So we've reduced the total cost to the general fund by the estimate coming out of CNS. Another thing this year, because we will have what the state is going to deem excess fund balance, one way to reduce that fund balance is to charge indirect costs to the fund, which is a transfer out of food service into the general fund. That's allowed on all federal programs, and you have to treat your federal programs consistently. It's also a way to use ESSER funding, and so we want to be able to charge ESSER with indirect costs, so that means we would need to do it with child nutrition and vice versa. So that's estimated at $900,000. Then in the documents for the action item related to this presentation, we're showing you the fund balance on the self-insured workers' comp fund. It has built up a fund balance, if I recall, the highest that we've had there. Many reasons there, but as employees were working from home, fewer claims, and you will notice in that report several times in the past history, the district has moved money out of that fund. It just sits there. We are leaving it healthy to cover any workers' comp claims, plus we have the excess loss insurance there. So we would use $2.5 million of that to cover these one-time payments. So the net cost of the one-time lump sum payment is just over $210,000. Then the market adjustments that we talked about and the estimate for the referral and sign-on stipends brings us to a net cost of all of these proposals of just under $924,000.
That was a lot of work. Y'all, thank y'all, because we said we want y'all to go look at this, bring something back, bring a recommendation, and I can see the work and time y'all put into this. Thank y'all for doing that. Tremendous.
We heard from our CNS workers today. What are we doing for morale right now? I'm just curious. Like, are they meeting with you? Are we giving them a safe place to talk? I know this is not enough for them, and I know we can't just make money appear, but what are we doing to help them? And I'm just trying to understand that piece.
So we are meeting with them regularly. There was a meeting today, and I have spoken to them multiple times over the last month. With their team leads, it's hard to have meetings with the entire staff, but we have been bringing the team leads, which a lot of them were here today, to have these conversations and to be very upfront and honest. I've told them that I appreciate their advocacy. It's very important for us to hear from them and to honor the work that they do and to listen to them. And so I went and spoke to them as they were leaving, because it is important. And the impact that they have on our campus is amazing. And as a principal, I could not have continued to operate my campus without them. And so we are giving them a voice. We are allowing them to meet with us and to speak with us. I know Laura Lynn and Carrie Lynn were with them today. I was not able to be with them today, but allowing them to have conversations with us. I've spoken to some of them personally, one-on-one, and that is important to us. We do have all of our office staff that signed up to go help with Thanksgiving meals, because we know that is, and you're more than welcome to come also.
Oh, I'm coming.
But and we can help make sure that you know those dates. But we know that this is a busy time of year to help our staff, and so yes, we are listening, and I could say lots of things. They are amazing people, and I truly do appreciate everything that they do.
Well, I appreciate y'all giving them a safe space to have their feelings heard, and most importantly, to have their voice heard. My other question is, I know we are going to do the pay scale reviews, and there's a timeline, but how long are we going to wait to see if this works? What if we start losing CNS workers, just say we lose 100? I'm just trying to understand. I hope we don't. But I'm trying to understand what's going to be that trigger point that we have to come back to the table and Elaine has to work her magic somehow. Like, I'm just trying to understand that.
I'll let John speak as well, but I think, like he said, he's regularly meeting with our team leads, and we're continuing to monitor this data. You saw Carrie Lynn present data that was from September, but then also October. And so as these resignations unfortunately come in, or as we're adding new employees, we're going to continue to monitor that. We also want to monitor the implementation of these. Should they be approved tonight, we would continue to monitor that. How many referral stipends are we handing out? How many sign-on bonuses? And be able to monitor that because obviously that's important to us. So. Yes, ma'am, I see a question.
Just one thing, we've talked about this before, having a scale in regards to individuals who've resigned or why they're leaving, and I just feel like that this is one of those opportunities where we've had this conversation here, it's looping back. So if and when that happens, I know you know what I'm talking about, the scaling and the graph in regards to employees leaving the district. I would like to see that with this.
Yes, and we have about 20 or 30 different metrics that we provide to the board on all various and sundry things of turnover, the reasons why, number of years of experience, and a vast number of other data points. So, absolutely.
And let me loop back, make sure I'm doing this right. So then, Anna, we're talking about that radar graph when we went to that quality learning seminar. And so when we get an update as a board on this, if we could kind of see how that worked in that type of graphic form, as well as just kind of overall what is going on with our system, that would be helpful for the monitoring. The other thing is Donna, if you could make sure we get an update to the board for those who want to volunteer to help out so that we can reach back out, because I imagine those lunch dates are coming up quickly. So I just wanted to get that part in there. I do have a question as we're discussing this as well. Not a question, a thought is that Sade's kind of jumping into the deep end of discussions here. And so I just wanted to point out too, we did a focus on finance, which I really appreciate, Elaine, for you providing. I actually I started the hard way. I started going through board memo to go find the focus on finance things. And then I just ended up Googling and went to our finance page, the finance transparency page. There's focus on finance issue 1, 2, 3, and 4. And it really does kind of, from 2020 to 2021, show us kind of how we are in comparison to other districts. Where did you see out of alignment or not? And so there was some really good information in there as we're thinking about this in the future. And so I wanted to just be sure we pointed that one out too.
And you set me up perfectly. We are working on updates to all of those with the most recent data available. So hope to bring you updates on all of those in December.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the recommended amendments to the LISD 2021-22 compensation plan to support the recruitment and retention of staff.
I second.
Okay, I have a motion from Gloria and a second from Anna. We did say we were pulling up agenda item A, but we can, I guess that works to pull up item B.
Yes, ma'am. I was going to say, whenever you're ready to move over to the next agenda item, that one was for discussion only. And I do want to thank the team that's sitting up here. They have spent, I know you recognize that, they have spent a lot of time working on this. And while we don't think it's a perfect solution, we're doing what we can to honor the voices of our employees right now. We will continue to listen to them. As John said, we met with them this morning, and to hear them passionately speak as they did tonight, and to hear them talk about the value and the love that they have for being an educator, and that their classroom is in our cafeterias, that is extremely important. And we hear them, and they are a valued member of our Leander ISD team. And so we're going to continue to work on this with them, with our custodial staff, and with all of our employees. And so I just wanted to thank our team for honoring that.
I just had one more thing to add. So I did hear from a parent who has 2 kids with medically complex issues and dietary issues, and she told me about how CNS has been so tremendously helpful. I just didn't even know it was something that they could do. Like, one of them has 30 food allergies, and she's like, between the LISD dietitian and CNS, they've taken her through the kitchen to show how there's no cross-contamination and how they put together his meals, and so he can go through the line with his friends. And that really just that's real. They really have gone above and beyond.
All right, board members, in case you're wondering, we're on item 6B. We are looking at the amended compensation plan. It is the second item, in case y'all want to open it up and look at it. There has been a motion on the floor and a second. Are there any other questions to that plan now that you see it in there that has the details, right? Kind of the in the weeds look. I want to make sure y'all have time to look at it, and I'm going to be looking for eye contact before I call for the vote.
Well, and maybe permit the administration to present that item in as much as they are prepared to do that, because we've kind of skipped over that opportunity. I'm not suggesting they had to have anything prepared necessarily, but
I got nothing.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, my apologies for that. I was excited looking at the comp plan, and then Elaine laid it out, but I see y'all have much more details. I'd already looked through those, and I had already bugged you with all my questions, so I apologize for jumping the gun. But you have such a beautiful presentation. We should see that. Thank you, Erin.
No, and thank you, Erin. Really what is taken into that comp plan is just the updated scales with that $600,000 adjustment and the outline of the stipends and lump sum payments that we have added. And so that is there for your review. That will become a part of the amended formal compensation plan and become the official scales that we will post for the public for transparency. So that is what you have in your packet, and happy to answer any questions. But it's essentially a summary of the slides.
Okay, I'm looking for eyeballs to make sure we're all okay to call the vote. I'm getting ready to call it. All right, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes, no nays. Motion carries. All right, board members, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and we'll come back and continue down the agenda.
All right, board members, it is 9:01 and we are back in open session. We're going to go ahead and call up item 9B4. Since we had Elaine up, we're just going to let her conclude her section here. She's going to discuss a resolution casting votes for individuals to the Williamson Central Appraisal District Board of Directors. We will not be voting tonight, trustees. She's just going to kind of give us an update of what we're going to be voting on next meeting.
All right, good evening again. So this is probably a 3 or 4 month process to get a candidate on the Board of Directors for the WCAD. The Central Appraisal District. So to take you back in history, in September, the Appraisal District notified us of the number of votes the district would have. And then in October, the board, the LISD board, nominated a candidate to run for the board. Since that date, WCAD has distributed the ballot with the official candidates. And so next board meeting, November 18th, this board will need to determine how to allocate the votes. You have 785 votes out of 5,000. There is a document in your packet that shows we've got, I think, the third highest number of votes. So casting all of your votes towards one candidate virtually guarantees that position. But you do have the prerogative to distribute those votes among the various candidates. So this is information tonight. I will need to complete the resolution to be presented to you on November 18th. And at that point, you will vote for those distribution of votes.
My current thought is, or the usual process is, we just put all our votes to the candidate we had already selected and voted on. Board members, do you have any other questions about any other ways you'd rather do it? Okay. All right, thanks, Elaine.
All right, thank you.
We'll move on to the consent agenda. Does anybody have a motion to sever or pull something off? Otherwise, I need a motion to approve.
Just a quick clarifying question before the motion. The Capital Area Regional School Day or Regional Day School Program item, I don't believe that was presented at a previous meeting. Am I incorrect? I did not see that on the agenda from the prior meeting.
No, we haven't had it on the agenda, but this is one of those annual shared service agreements that we enter into every year with the...
Understood. I thought I also understood from reading the details on this item that there were some changes to the agreement this year.
Let's just have questions, let's just separate.
I'm not suggesting that it necessarily needs to come off of consent. This is more of a procedural question for future items, because if an item hasn't been presented to us before and then it appears on consent without prior review, that isn't our typical process.
Board members, process question then. Are you okay with it being on consent when it's one that we're doing annually if there are changes and then you make a motion to pull it out? Or do you want us to automatically always pull it out and put it on the agenda?
I guess we feel comfortable enough with the changes that we didn't feel like it warranted a full discussion, but we're happy to have that if necessary.
Yeah, I think I feel similarly for this item, but I'm concerned about process, and I would prefer that it be presented once for review or for discussion if there is any, and then, and again, I say it to mean an item. I'm not necessarily suggesting delay to this item, just reviewing expectations around procedure for future items.
Yeah, let's talk about expectations, because oh, go ahead. Go. I was going to say, when we saw this on agenda review, because we do agenda review as trustees, that was a regular item. So we asked about moving it to consent because we knew it was going to be a long meeting. But that's fine. Give us direction, board. Do you want something like this off, or is it okay to go to consent and then you pull it? What do y'all want to do process-wise?
I think for me, I think we're always looking at ways we can prioritize the items that we feel we need to discuss so that we're able to move through our staff and do this so that we're not here past midnight every time. So I'd rather for annual items like this, it be on the consent, and if there are changes or you do have questions as a board member, like totally, we can pull it off and have that discussion. But for me, I'd rather the stuff that can go in a Friday board or items like this that we have to vote on, that we can do it this way, and then we can always pull it off on consent if any of us have any questions, or we can reach out to staff. Also, just in terms of facilitating, because then at the same time, then we're going to get angry when we're here too late.
Did you have something to
Yeah,
say
I
on
was
that?
just wondering, Erin, are you like referring, I get what you're saying. Is it just because this is like an agreement that we're like locking ourselves into?
So my concern isn't with this agenda item. My concern is with this agenda item as a precedent.
Right. I get what you're saying.
And my concern is, I thought we already had a precedent that, as a general rule, things get presented for review in one meeting and then for action in the next. And if it's simple routine, it goes on consent in that next meeting. What I think is surprising to me is to have an item appear just one time and to be in the consent agenda as the only treatment that item gets. I think that's not consistent with our past practice, and so I'm concerned about it from a precedential perspective. But like I say, it's not about this item, and I don't want to have an extended conversation about it tonight. But if it's a change in practice, change in process, then I think we should talk about it at some point.
Class size waivers, those are new for every time on consent. So class size waivers, that's up to you to kind of, things will change on that, to look at that. And if you have questions, pull it.
We did virtual, I want to say, right, where we approved students who were going to be ARTed in for virtual as well. I guess for me, I understand what you're saying, like where do we draw the line? I guess, do we dig into each detail, which, I mean, I'm fine with, but I'm trying to fully understand, Erin, like the process part to it.
So again, without taking a lot of time tonight, right? My simple expectation would be that even if it's a routine item, it gets presented once as a routine item for review and discussion in case there's anything unusual, and then we can move it to consent for the next meeting. That would be normal order of business in my expectation, right? We've talked about the fact that sometimes there are exceptions, but when there are exceptions and we need immediate action, we don't put those things on consent. We have an explanation, discussion about why we need immediate action and that sort of thing. So I'm just trying to reinforce if that's still the order of business, or if there's a potential, or if I should expect the potential for something to appear on consent that we've never seen before that requires action in that meeting, then I'll read consent a lot closer.
Well, this item has, so we've had this agreement every year, right? But there were some modifications in the agreement, but we have seen this. So we see class size waivers consistently, but there are modifications in class size waiver. And so to me, I see that we've seen this every year. There are modifications. And if I have questions about that modifications, I can ask, but it is not a new contract that we are engaging in. This is a contract that we have engaged in previous years. So I would just move it in consent if I have questions about those changes in this year's, just as if I have questions, if I look at class size waivers and there's something in there that I think is out of line or I have more questions about, then I would pull that off of consent as well.
My thought process honestly was somewhat around efficiency, and so looking at individual items. So I hear what you're saying about precedent, but for me it makes more sense to consider the item itself and ask ourselves that question in agenda preparation. Does this really need the full consideration of the board, or is this a consent agenda item that the board gets the packet ahead of time, a significant amount of time ahead? And so I think what I'm saying to you is that perhaps there will be times when we'll decide that there are items that can go in consent that are a little not necessarily, haven't been presented before, but could go in consent for approval at one meeting. I think that helps us with efficiency of the meeting, and there's always the opportunity for you to review that ahead of time, to ask questions, and certainly at the meeting pull it off the consent agenda for individual consideration.
Okay, understood. To my mind, in my experience in the last 10 years, that's a change of practice. I'll read the consent agenda very carefully.
I move the consent agenda items be approved as presented.
I second.
I have a motion from Gloria, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes, no nays, motion carries. We'll move on to the next agenda item, our superintendent's report.
Thank you, Madam President. As you've heard from a couple of our board members earlier in comments, we've had some great campus connection visits at our campuses, and this was a wonderful moment actually, that these students performed their school song for us with the guide of their, I will say, very able male role model music teacher who rocks, I guess. And so we had a lot of fun at our Fabian visit. Fabian is one of our early childhood centers, and so we have over 150 3- and 4-year-olds on that campus, both regular education and special education students, and it's really fabulous to visit our schools and see what our students and their teachers are doing on the ground. A very exciting week this week. We had our 5A, as you've heard, state marching band championships. It is thrilling, honestly, to be sitting in the Alamodome and hear them announce the 4th place band and know that the 3 LISD bands at the contest are those top 3 bands. The performances are just incredible. If you've never been to a state marching band competition in Texas in particular, you really should go, because the level of performance of these kids is just, it will completely blow you away. It's absolutely unbelievable. I want to point out that our 4th 5A high school was not at the state competition, but in my opinion would have placed highly at the state competition if they hadn't been knocked out of area by the 3 other Leander ISD 5A bands, which is another interesting fact all of its own. And they did that with a brand new director and the loss of an assistant band director in the process. I think it's my personal experience that I've sat on the other side of this at that state competition in the Alamodome, wondering how the heck are we ever going to beat those Leander schools, and this is quite an experience. So this has been going on for a long time. There's a lot of depth in these programs, and they come, as Christine pointed out earlier, from the level of work and tuition that our middle schools are getting in the band program in this district. And so just an incredible experience to be there. And of course, we go 6A on Monday and Tuesday, back down at the Alamodome again, and we hope for a really good result there too. I want to take this one step further and just tell you a little story, because I think it's really important to understand from the kids' perspective what this means between our bands. So now we have these 4 bands at the 5A level competing against each other for state competition. But a parent shared this story with me, and I would like to share it with you. And this was after the area contest on Sunday morning. So of course, those students got back at somewhere between 1 and 2 in the morning after the area contest. And so this parent said, Sunday I sat with my child when she was waking up around noon, and I asked her how she was liking marching band given the long hours and the work involved. And she said she loves it. And so I asked her what she loves about it, and that went something like this. I like that we work really hard together. Everyone is dying together. It's not the winning, but don't get me wrong, it's really sweet to win. It's that we are all working hard towards putting on a great show, the purpose. And then she went on. We talked to the other bands, and everyone is cheering for everyone else. When bands pass us, they do this, and we do that back. The other bands think we are celebrities or something. One kid said we made him nervous just to watch them. But I told him I had no idea how to play his instrument, and he looked fantastic to me. Everyone is trying their best, and you want them to. So when we win, we know we've done a really good job. So thank you, directors, for your work resulting in our kids feeling like celebrities. John's already told you the COVID story. The big news for us is not only are the numbers down, but we now have vaccine available for our smallest children. That is, I think, a game changer for us. And I think puts us in really good position to shore off what might come this winter in terms of any other variants or any other circumstances. And so we feel really good about where we are. We continue to be hopeful about how we can manage through the winter as we progress and continue to battle this challenge. Enrollment is very steady right now. We continue to see movement of students out of our remote learning situation, and we'll be bringing you more news about our remote learning program shortly. Attendance continues to rise. We have several days now that are bumping up over the 95% mark at the district level, and so that continues to be something we monitor carefully, but are pleased with how attendance is looking in the district. I'd like to spend a little time talking about the bond election. And so I've put up here the results. I think most of you are familiar with what happened. We had about a 1% difference on 20,000 votes, about 215 votes on Proposition A. And just as a reminder, Proposition A was 727 million, mostly new construction and renovation of our existing facilities. And also technology infrastructure. And I point that out very particularly because Proposition B passed 33.3 million of mostly end user technology devices. But a big part of that portion of the bond was interactive student panels in the classrooms that would be replacing our projectors and screens across the district. Piece to keep in mind that because of the way that these propositions were structured, the infrastructure for those interactive panels is actually inside Proposition A. And so interactive panels are not going to be possible to implement until we find the money to be able to do the infrastructure part of that work. So we will start to work together with Jason and his team and Elaine and her team to make sure that we can implement the parts of that we can. But there will be some restriction on what we can do with that Proposition B money as we go forward. And then Proposition C, of course, was the renovation of the 2 PACs in the district, the performing arts centers, and all the auditoriums at the high schools. So I want to thank the board for the work that you did. I know that you paid a lot of attention to the community process that we had in developing this package. I know that you spent a lot of time stressing over whether that was the right package and what we needed to do to address the growth in the district. And so I want to thank you for your time that you spent in doing that work. I want to thank our administrative team. They spent a lot of hours working with subcommittees and with the community and with the CFAC steering committee to bring a recommendation to the board that the board then put on the ballot for our voters to express their voice. And I really want to thank the CFAC committee. The citizens in our community did an exceptional and extended amount of work with a lot of man hours to put together a package to present to the voters. This election was exceptionally close. And that tells us that there are parts of our community that wanted to approve this, and there are parts of our community that didn't want to approve this. And so we have to understand that very clearly, and we're going to start doing that work. I am personally disappointed that we did not pass this bond. We are having population and survey analysts coming back to us. They'll be visiting with our cabinet on Monday to present an update to the demographic study so that we can have a clear understanding of what the growth looks like in our student population as we go forward. And we'll be bringing that to the board at the next meeting. But while we are disappointed, we're also energized by the opportunity to reflect on what happened, and as a continuous improvement district, decide together with our community what to do next and how to do it better. And so, in a sense, pausing is not always a bad idea. And so this gives us the opportunity to really reevaluate what package we put together and what the different options are of how to move forward. We're going to start internally on that with our internal administrative team and have some conversations about where we are and what happened and what the possibilities are. And then we intend to re-engage CFAC before bringing a recommendation back to the board. This week has been Maintenance Appreciation Week. You've heard a lot about child nutrition and custodial and some others. We do have some really dedicated individuals in our maintenance department who make sure that behind the scenes things continue to happen in the district and that our buildings are at full operating capacity. And so we do appreciate the work that they do each and every day. Veterans Day, of course, coming up on November 11th, followed by a good break for our students and our staff to regroup a little bit and have some family time together and just reflect a little bit on all the really incredible opportunities we have in our district to give our kids the excellent level of education that we do. We are always appreciative of our SROs, and we will celebrate them a little bit in December 6th through 10th. And that brings us all the way to semester time already. This year is flying by. Great things are happening across the district, and we're very grateful for the opportunities that we have to work with children every single day. And this is just a brief picture of our visit that Trustee Delakia pointed out at Reed Elementary this week. I'll point out that there are a Leader in Me Lighthouse School, and these students, these three that were with us, truly showed us the leadership that these fifth graders take ownership of the programs that they have in their building, and they have great pride in their school. And it was wonderful to be able to let them to show all the wonderful work that's going on at Reed Elementary School. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Board members?
I noticed in the present slide 6, 2021-2022 attendance and the low attendance around Election Day. You're talking about how y'all are going to be making calendar decisions soon. When y'all are talking about that, I would love to have a comparison of our early release days and what that attendance number looks like. Just when y'all start that discussion.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Gehring. We'll move on to our next agenda item. We'll move into our discussion action item, student experience, the counseling services update. We have been anticipating hearing from you guys. We're very excited.
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, Dr. Gehring. We're here tonight to talk to you about and give you a little update on our counseling services. Really, I'm here just to introduce our team member and colleague, Steve Clark, who's our Director of Counseling Services, and he is going to take you through our presentation.
So thank you. Good evening, board members and Dr. Gehring. So I'm pleased to be here sharing some updates on our initiative. I forgot I have to click too. So sharing some updates on our initiatives within counseling services and our goals, as well as our efforts to meet the recommendations based on the social emotional well-being recommendations that came through SHAC last year. So on this slide, in this part of the presentation, these are our goals that as a department we have outlined, and so these were also recommendations that our SHAC social emotional well-being made last year. And so as we move through the presentation, I'll try to address each of these goal areas. On this slide, the SHAC social emotional well-being subcommittee also made 3 additional recommendations last spring. So I want to address these as we move through, and those are the ones that are in yellow on this slide. So I'll start with the goal of counseling ratios, where we want to increase our elementary staffing so it becomes more in line. So our ratios are more in line with our secondary ratios. So if you look at these ratios, this is based on September 29th enrollment data. And I know many of you are detail oriented. So if you were to add the elementary, middle, and high school, there are not going to be 41,657 students, because at the time I pulled this data, we had 41 students who were in an alternative placement. I just didn't have access to their grade level at that time. So I just wanted you to know that number does not add up. Also want to remember that if we start drilling down and looking at specific campus to campus, there's going to be a wider range of ratios. So we average somewhere to being like a 270 at the elementary to 700 or 800 at the, or around 600 to 700 at the elementary level. So as a point of reference from last year, in March of 2021, our ratios were at elementary, we were at 517 to 1, middle school was 411 to 1, and at the high school, we were at 346 to 1. So this year, we were able to add 2 additional shared counselors at our largest elementary schools who did not already have a second counselor. And these were funded through ESSER funds, and we are hoping that eventually we can continue to fund them through the general fund, but if not, those positions will be either moved into a new school or through attrition. So right now, those shared are Larkspur Plain and Aiken and Whitestone. So while it's not ideal to share counselors, the campus staff have come up with a great schedules where they are not going from campus to campus each day. So as an example, I think the Aiken Whitestone counselor goes Monday, Thursday at one campus, Tuesday, Friday at another campus, and then alternates their Wednesdays. We also added a K through 12 virtual counselor this year. So for reference for the ratios, I used 50% at the elementary level and then 25% at each middle and high school because they are a K through 12.
Hey, Steve, just a quick question related to the goal of improving parity in terms of the ratios. I'm just wondering if that's a realistic goal, or if that's I understand from a person-to-person perspective that makes sense, but in terms of the workload and the responsibilities and all of the things that our secondary counselors, particularly our high school counselors, have to do, it seems to me like maybe that's not the best use of additional counselor resources. Can you talk just a little bit about why that objective is the right objective, or if it maybe points us in a less helpful direction, having those resources in other places might be more useful?
Yes, certainly. I think the job is different from elementary to secondary and elementary to middle to high school. So our elementary counselors spend we want them to spend quite a bit of their time in the classroom providing that direct instruction to students, as well as providing either individual, small group work with students. And so when you have a campus of 1,000, or Aiken is a good example. Last year or in previous years, they've been around 900. And you compare that to a campus of around 450, which maybe a Fabian or Nauman might be, and you have one counselor each. So that's why we want to reduce those ratios. They may not ever be exactly the same as our secondary, but if you can reduce those ratios, getting into 6 fifth grade classes as opposed to maybe 3 at another campus, it's just harder to do. So that's why we want to reduce those and make them a little more equal. So this year, Senate Bill 179 was passed by our legislature and signed by the government, which requires school counselors to spend at least 80% of their total work time on duties implementing a comprehensive counseling program, which is the Texas model for a comprehensive school program. And that was effective September 1st. And so we are expecting that when I'm talking with our legal department, that we will have a TASB update soon if we haven't received that yet, and that will be included in that TASB update. We are working with our campus staff and trying to help them meet this requirement as we implement this year.
Matt Benson and I talked about this, and I know he gave us some documentation for it a few years ago on how much counseling time was used directly for counseling. How close do you think we are to being able to implement this? I mean, how far do you think we are? What's the delta?
That's a really good question, because when we go into our use of time data, historically our use of time data has been a snapshot of, and our goal was not to track non-counseling time, it was more to track how our counselors were using their time in the 5 domains on the counseling world up here, that are up here. So over the last 4 years that we've collected this, and this is actually our 5th year of collecting this, we have selected similar weeks on the calendar, and we specifically chose times that were not around testing, and specifically chose times that were not around master schedule building times and things like that, where we knew these big rock non-counseling duties were held, because we wanted to look at how they were using their time in the counseling domain world. So as we look into measuring our SB 179 requirements, we know it's going to have to be different in our how we track use of time, but we also can't track time every day, every week, because then it becomes burdensome to check that. So I've been discussing with some of my colleagues around the area how they're tracking that, and so we're still working that piece out. So I would say I think the piece that I want to measure, where I'm wondering if we start looking at our campus counselors who build master schedule and do that piece, and who also input that data into the computer, into our SIS, and also our campus test coordinators, those campuses might be going over the 20%. So we're probably going to have to look at some more detailed campus data collection this spring. So don't have a great answer for you, but that's kind of where we're at on that. So like I said, each year we do have a use of time, and this is our 4 years of use of time. The only year that we did not collect it was the 17-18 school year, so that's the only year that's not on here. So we are collecting that this year. Actually, next week is a use of time week for our counselors, that we'll be collecting that. So on the next few slides, we'll go over, this is our K-12 use of time, and then we'll go over elementary, middle school, and high school. I think what you will notice on each of the slides is that the 4th set of bars, the referral, consultation, and collaboration, those indirect, went up last year across the board, and we think that's because of the online nature of our program delivery last year. So if we look specifically at elementary, you will see that their non-counseling duties went down last year, about 8%, and that was because of the board-approved 504 positions that were added, and so the last year was the first year that went into place, and so that was a big reduction in non-counseling duties. But we also know we had some non-counseling duties. We were all doing everything we could last year to keep kids in classes as much as possible. But you will see that they went up a little bit on their referral, consultation, and collaboration. So our goals for our elementary counselors this year is to get back into the classroom more, and also to increase their direct counseling time, and to continue to work on getting those non-counseling duties off. So if we look at middle school, it's much the same. You'll see an increase in their referral, consultation, and collaboration. As a point, in the first year, but where the non-counseling was at 28%, that next year is when each middle school campus had a dedicated 504 person, so that's when that dropped. So you can see how taking things like 504 away from counselors reduces their non-counseling duties. So again, with middle school, we want to see them get back into the classrooms as much as possible to provide some direct instruction. As you move up at the secondary level, it gets a little harder to get into the classrooms, but we also want to provide that direct counseling services as well as we move forward. So high school use of time is fairly consistent across the 4 years that we've collected this data. I think the only thing that really changed was a reduction, or the biggest change I should say is a reduction in that direct counseling. And again, I think that's because many of our high school students were not full-time last year on campus. They were more remote, so we had some struggles to get with them and meet with them directly. So we feel like the referral and consultation will kind of level out and be more direct this year. So as I stated, we are going to work to find a more robust tracking system so we can meet the requirements of SB 79. So as we look into our long-term counseling services goal, we want to do everything we can to increase our free, low-cost mental health supports for our students and families, and increase our efforts to reach students earlier, especially at the elementary level. So we're going to spend a few moments talking through this on the next few slides. So I just want to begin with talking a little bit about our student and family support team. So this is comprised of 6 licensed clinical social workers, 4 licensed professional counselors, 1 licensed marriage and family therapist, and 1 licensed chemical dependence counselor. So I will say a licensed marriage and family therapist, she's not providing marriage counseling. Just want to clarify that. That's just her license that allows her to provide direct services to students. You may remember this diagram as well. I share this with you again just because you can see where our SFST counseling fits within the scope of services that we provide to our students. So the first 2 levels at the base are what our school counselors provide. But if the scope of the need of a student is beyond what our school counselors can provide, then they can make a referral to our SFST team. Just as a note, our SFST team services are voluntary and they require parental consent. So both parents, regardless of marital status, unless parental rights have been severed, must provide consent. That's not only our best practice, but that's a requirement of their licensure for the state of Texas. We also ask parents to come in for an intake meeting, although we've moved to primarily Zoom intake meetings because it's easier for parents' work schedules. I do want to spend a few minutes looking at our 21-22 student and family referral data. And so this was as of October 26th. And I was fully prepared to come and talk to you just about these numbers, but one of our team members texted me last night and said, you might want to update your numbers. And I was like, well, really? It's only been 5 days. We've gone up 61 referrals in 5 days. And so as you can tell, our referrals we're on track to exceed our referrals for our most recent typical school year without any remote or virtual learning was 2018 and 19. And that year we had 1,020 referrals to the team. So we're probably really close to 500 today. I didn't check it again today, but I would say we're pretty close to 500. So we're probably going to exceed that 1,000 referrals this year.
What do you think accounts for that?
I think accounts for a couple of things. We have more kids coming back on campus and we're able to see physically those needs. Counselors, our referral sources for SFST is primarily assistant principals, sometimes principals, LSSPs, and obviously our school counselors. And then oftentimes our parents will ask for a referral. So I think it's the ability for our students to come back on campus and for us to have eyes on them and see their needs physically, as well as just the nature of the state of mental health right now. I think we have a lot of mental health needs in the state of Texas, and there's not a lot of support for it right now. And so that's why we take every mental health referral very seriously. So, and our needs are for our students are, our SFST team members see students average of 6 to 8 sessions. It's meant to be short-term and brief, but the student referral needs are often much more in-depth or acute. And so we're making more, we'll serve our students for those 6 to 8 sessions, sometimes maybe 10, but then they're obviously as clinicians, they're anticipating the next step and are already planting the seed with parents like, I may need to hand you off to a longer term provider at the end of our time together. So as an example, or for one of our initiatives is to reach our elementary kids earlier, because it's typically secondary level is where we get most of our referrals, but we know that we have students who have emerging needs at the elementary level. So last year we had 225 elementary referrals for the year, And this year, as of yesterday, we were at 104. So I feel like we're doing a little bit better job getting our elementary students identified earlier so we can be more proactive and preventative. We have 2 of our team members that their primary office is at our elementary level, so we're trying to have a physical presence on elementary campuses as well as a presence when we just go there to see our students. So at any given time, the somewhat ideal ratio of what our counselors and social workers would want is around 25 to 30 direct therapy students. 30 is kind of maxing them out at what they can provide in direct therapy, and maybe 10 case management or T-chat, and I'll explain what T-chat is in just a minute, but basically 10 case management or T-chat students. We're getting to where we're maxing out here right now at different levels and different feeder patterns, and our referrals typically, we get quite a few in the first weeks of school, then they kind of level off, and then they start picking up late September and October, and are pretty heavy in the referrals around October through December, somewhat steady through April, and then they start to taper off in May. So that's kind of how our referrals are. Also, the SFST team is the primary group that responds to any campus need if a crisis response is needed. So we also have several, I want to highlight 3 community partners that we work with. And so we're obviously in 2 counties. And so our local mental health authorities are Blue Bonnet Trails and Integral Care. So Blue Bonnet serves our students in Williamson County and Integral Care in Travis. So our students, we have a memorandum of understanding with both of those local mental health authorities. So if a student is at level of care 3 or 4 or on a yes waiver, with parent permission, we can provide case management services during the school day if it's going to meet the needs of the student's treatment plan. We also work with our mobile outreach team in Williamson County and our mobile crisis outreach team in Travis County. We use them if a student is experiencing a mental health crisis or possible suicidal ideation. So I mentioned T-Chat, which is the Texas Child Health Access through Telemedicine on my previous slide, but we have a memorandum of understanding that was created by Senate Bill 11 in the 86th legislature. And that provides a partnership with teaching universities and hospitals to provide teletherapy, telepsych services, and telepsychologist services. So last year was our first year that we used T-Chat, and we made 83 referrals to that program as well, primarily using it for the psychiatric services for our students because we know getting into a child psychiatrist is very difficult. They see students for around 4 sessions, and then they handle that case management and hand off to other community agencies or private clinicians. So moving forward, we would like to expand our services to students and families by offering additional mental health supports, not only during the school day, but outside of the school day, because we know sometimes when we try to partner with our families, it's difficult for them to get here during the school day. So we want to expand outside of our typical school day and do that through a student and family support center in years to come. And this would offer some after-hours therapeutic services for our students and possibly families. So in order to keep our costs down on this, we want to partner with universities around the area who have social workers and professional counselors who are seeking licensure. And as part of that licensure, they are required to have supervision. And so typically you pay maybe $100 a week for supervision that's paid out of pocket as a candidate for licensure. And if we can provide that for free through us, through Leander ISD, then those individuals that are working on their licensure can provide free services to our students. So to do this, we may at some point come to the board and ask for a mental health coordinator who can supervise either social workers or LPCs as they seek licensure in the state of Texas. So the SHAC recommendations last year, we've been asked to create so I'll address some of these the SHAC recommendations. So each of our staff members have been asked to create a theory of action plan, and And so my theory of action plan is to address some of these areas. And so I want to work with to focus on increasing our efforts around suicide prevention, as well as reducing the stigma of seeking help for mental health concerns. So I'm going to work with several campuses to create a model that's sustainable, to create some student-led initiatives, because we know as adults and teachers and counselors, we have information, but sometimes students are not as willing to accept that information from us. And so we want this to be a partnership with our student-led initiatives. We've had examples of this in previous years, but as those student leaders have graduated and moved on to their college or post-secondary plans, those clubs and organizations have not stayed in the same momentum. So we want to create something that's sustainable, that becomes part of our Leander culture, much like No Place for Hate or C Squared has in this. So that's one of the areas that we want to focus on. Additionally, you may remember mental health minutes from last year, where we recorded those. We began those second semester of last year. We had about 10 to 12 of those recorded. So we just recorded with our SCR team this past Tuesday. We recorded 39 more videos, and I say 39 because each topic is recorded an elementary version and a secondary version, and then an English version and a Spanish version. So we use our Spanish-speaking counselors to create a Spanish version. So those we're hoping to relaunch our mental health minutes no later than the beginning of second semester, and then continue to record this year. And then so next year we'll have a full set, and we can start in August, September, and have a mental health minute for each week of the school year. And those will be shared through either video daily announcements as a link in a school counseling or a school newsletter, and they're always going to be on our Leander ISD YouTube site. So I just want to say this was a big effort, which I really had no part of. I just had the idea I stole from another district, and Bethany McPhail, our coordinator, led that. So I want to thank her, as well as all the counselors who did that, and as well as our SCR team this year for recording them, and our friend Mark Pace, who recorded and edited them last year. So it's a really team effort. SHAC also recommended an increase in frequency of staff training around the warning signs and risk factors for youth suicide. So we are sharing information periodically throughout the year. So information has actually gone out this week that our campus administrators and counselors can share with staff that around continuing to bring this topic into their, to keep it fresh on their mind. We have our required training, which occurs at the beginning of the school year. That's the state mandated training. But you hear something at the beginning of the year, we got to keep it fresh on our minds. So we have some information that's going out this week, and then we'll have some additional times throughout the year that we'll share additional information. So I believe this is my last slide, but I want to share some whole child initiatives around that we're working on in the district. And so we are in our 5th year of utilizing Second Step. And so as this becomes part of our Leander culture, we want to seek other ways to support whole child in the district. So Brian Miller, Paula Martinez, Bethany McPhail, and I, we are co-lead a whole child committee of assistant principals, instructional coaches, counselors. Each time we meet, we think of a different person to invite, so our group keeps growing. And so part of that is we created a staff Google site with resources to support the whole child. And we specifically added some things to at the beginning of the year that staff could use to welcome our students back on campus. So as a committee, one of our goals is to strengthen that AP counselor relationship, because we want a seamless integration of services for our students. And we know that APs have one set of knowledge about kids, and counselors have a different set of knowledge about kids. And I think when we work together, it just helps strengthen our support for our students. We're also working to identify common language and practices for supporting the whole child, ways that we can embed it into our daily culture, professional learning around support for the whole child, and creating partnerships and a team approach to our whole child support. And that includes our administrators, counselors, teachers, parents, students, and community members. So, and just finally, last year, Bethany McPhail, our coordinator who works with us, she In the elementary, counselors updated our year at a glance. Those are the lessons that our counselors teach. So they updated those to make sure that we're staying consistent with the needs of our campuses. And she will also be leading that with our secondary counselors this year. So finally, I just want to say I practiced this with my 4th grade daughter this evening, and she told me I said too much. So if I said too many times tonight, I'm sorry.
Board members, any questions other than
Yeah.
I just want to say thank you guys so much. I know how much these counselors have, really put their hearts into their job every single day. And I know how much this year has been really, really hard on them. And I just want to say even from a parent perspective is how much, having a senior and going through the college stuff and going through all of the things that they do, at that level, and just to say thank you. Thank you to your whole team and everybody on the campuses out there. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
I also say a lot, so I just want to echo what Christine said. See, told you. Counselors have a very special place in my heart. If it wasn't for my high school counselor, I wouldn't be where I'm at today. And I just want to say that I got to see West Side, my first visit. I think I've been on a lot of visits. I think.
Mandy, yes.
But what I got to see is I got to see the counseling elementary calendar. And what I loved about it was very thought out. And to be able to know that you guys got together as a team, but most importantly, you scraped off what was, what y'all done in the past. You focused on what our students needed now. And to be able to see your counselor at Westside put together this presentation based on what you guys came up with that calendar, but to see it play out and to see our students be affected by it in a very positive way, it blew my mind. So I appreciate y'all so much. Thank you so much for getting us through this year. And personally, thank you for just being there for our students. I can't thank y'all enough.
Thank you.
So I was part of the SHAC committee that actually discussed this in a breakout room. So it was actually interesting to see that work being considered and being implemented. So thanks, Gloria.
I have a question. See, I started with them too. We have the Whole Child Initiatives, the second step pre-K through 5. I believe would say it's our SEL program. Now, I read ahead a little bit to DIP. Don't worry, I'm not going to ask you about all the details in there, but I did read a little bit about our counseling in our DIP. It's a great refresher. One of the things that was discussed in there is kind of how we're expanding an SEL type of initiative programs into our middle school campuses. I am under the impression that SEL can almost be a spectrum, a wide variety of anything from some type of training over here that maybe people might not like or that might not think is meeting a whole child versus over here. I mean, I see different initiatives, programs, educational tools, support tools. It's like, there's an app for that. It seems like there's an SEL program for that. And my question to y'all is, what I've seen when I'm going to different conferences or when we're going to different events is SEL programs in middle school done well can be phenomenal for students. And normally, I would say they teach those essential skills that you need for the workplace. I actually went to a conference where they said, quit calling them soft skills. It makes it sound like you're not really explaining what the kids are getting. It's these vital skills they need for workplace communication, working with a team. So can you provide just a small highlight of is that kind of where you're thinking of going with the program?
Yes, and so for specifically middle school, not this last summer, but the summer before, we wrote lessons. We had a little bit of funds that we could pay some of our counselors to write 6th grade lessons. And so we're hoping that we can do that again this summer, where we can pay some counselors to write additional SEL lessons that we could put out there, so we're not buying a pre-packaged program. Sometimes our pre-packaged programs, they become outdated quickly, especially if there are videos involved with them. So that's part of where we want to work with our SEL at the secondary level. We're also looking at some other options, down the line that might have some pre-packaged SEL. It's a little premature to jump into those just yet because of the cost factor. So I'm just trying to explore those with my boss over here. And so I also think SEL is SEL alone, that's why I say whole child. I'll just give you my quick speech on why I say whole child, because SEL alone doesn't meet the needs of the whole child. You have to teach character ed as well. You have to teach some version of mindfulness, as well as meeting the cultural background needs of where a kid comes in with. They come in from, different, we all bring in different needs when we come in from, with our backgrounds. And so when you put all of those together, you're working on the meeting the needs of the whole child, is the way I could say it. So you could have a very well-regulated child who can't make a good decision based on their character education, or you can know someone who knows what the right decision is but is not regulated and is not in the place to make it. And I say mindfulness, and a lot of people think mindfulness is yoga and deep breathing. I'm a mindful person, but I don't do any of that. I can't deep breathe and I can't meditate. But I feel like what I say for mindfulness needs for each individual to be aware of their needs, and there's people around them, their needs as well. So if I had a rough day or a rough morning and I come in and Bethany says something to me like, when are you gonna do this? And I'm like, rah! It's like I have to be mindful, like, hey Bethany, I need a few minutes to like collect myself. And so just being mindful of what you need and what others need from you. So that's kind of my quick elevator speech on why I say whole child and not just SEL, although I truly believe in SEL.
I also want to say I saw in the DEP as well the trauma-informed best practices that you are continuing to expand, and I really appreciate that as well. The work in here is great. Board members, this was kind of like a holistic overview. Do you see anything you need on an agenda item in the future, more information on, or are we good with this right now? Look at that.
Thank you.
There you go. Thank y'all. Thank you so much. All right, we will move on to our next agenda item, the District and Campus Improvement Plans Report.
All right, good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Gehring. So we are here tonight to present the district and campus improvement plans for the school year. And while we do have the privilege of presenting this work, there are so many people that were involved in this process throughout, including and not limited to the people behind us. So definitely just want to honor their work. We had hundreds of people involved in developing these, and that's just at the district level. Campus level definitely is much more robust as well. So the purpose of tonight is just to provide an overview of the improvement process and the alignment of the district goals, key performance indicators, the district improvement plan, and campus improvement plans. So this all does start with the 7 board goals that have been identified for a number of years. And you will see that clear alignment between the goals, the objectives that we actually engaged in a process over the past year, if you recall, to really get your feedback as to the right objectives for measuring progress towards these goals. You will see that then carried down to the campus level. So you also know that we're in the middle of a strategic planning process. And so we had gone through that beginning stages where you identified those key areas, those priority goal areas. So we're in that in-between stage right now because we know we're in the middle of developing that work. And once we do have the strategic plan developed and approved, that will then drive the district improvement plan going forward, because you'll see that alignment from that strategic plan to the annual district improvement plan and then all the way down to campus improvement plans. So we're kind of in that in-between space right now. Just wanted to acknowledge that.
And like Sarah said, while we're in the strategic planning process, what doesn't change is this improvement cycle that we go through. So we do start with a comprehensive needs assessment and really look at what the last year brought to Leander ISD. So obviously COVID, virtual learning, there was quite a bit of things we had to consider this year when we looked at our comprehensive needs assessment. And then we go through a process to make sure that all of that is then aligned with district goals, because it doesn't do any good to look at your needs assessment and then set goals that don't align with it. So this cycle is iterative, and we go through it many times at the district level. We were happy this year to be able to bring a team in person into Leo and sit down and have representatives from many of our teaching and learning SALT teams come together and really look at those goals and those objectives and start to write those strategies that we know meet our current needs. As Sarah said, the same process is happening on our campuses as well, where they're taking a team at their campuses, often involving their site-based team as well, and going through what are the goals that they're setting on their campuses, and then those specific objectives and strategies as well. So while the goals may change, this process and this cycle does not change. It's constantly, as Sarah said, we're in alignment. We come together, use the CNA to develop the objectives, then write specific strategies to address those objectives, then go through the feedback process, and then of course monitor and adjust. And we tell our campus principals all the time that this is a living document. So while it gets approved one time at a board meeting, that does not mean that it doesn't change. In fact, it should change throughout the year. And we encourage them to go back in, remove strategies that are no longer relevant, add to it if needed. And so it really is a living, breathing document that identifies the work that's going on our campuses and at the district level. So as the Board of Trustees, what we ask you to approve, not tonight, but at the November 18th meeting, is we'll be asking you to approve the goals, as Sarah mentioned, the 7 goals, as well as the objectives. And so that's the level of approval that we'll be needing from you all, and you have been provided that in your board packet. And Sarah and I are here tonight for any questions, and we're also available between now and November 18th to answer any questions via email or phone.
Board members?
Hello. So I am weird and read all the campus improvement plans, but I just wanted to say that I was really impressed because I saw a common theme in these campus improvement plans, our guiding documents. And I think that that was so cool, and that says a lot to your work, Sarah, and other Sarah, because I'm part of the strategic steering committee, and to be sitting in those conversations, especially last night, and then being able to look at our campus improvement plans and seeing how that work trickles down. Good job, guys. That's some powerful stuff.
You already heard my questions for counseling, so no need to go through there. What I enjoyed doing was I clicked on the link that was in our letter, right? So it linked to all of the district plans, all of the campuses. And so the document I'm talking about is the one that was the district proposed improvement plan that had all this out. And so what I really appreciated in there is I kept going through there. I was like, I remember this presentation. I remember when we saw this. So a lot of it was kind of like the best hits, what we've seen throughout the year kind of accumulated in here. And there were some real success stories, and I just wanted to make sure that I got those right too. So you said in here that 68% of our 8th graders earned 1 or more high school credits, but it rose to 74% for 2020-2021. And then the other thing I noticed was our industry-based certificates, and we just had a discussion about that tonight as well, that we had given out over 2,372. And I see those increasing as well. To me, that goes back to all of those discussions we've had about CCMR and kind of how the district is trending. And Laura Lynn was there. She'll remind me what the award was for, but we were at the luncheon, and the district even got an award as well for, is it percentage of
now
college?
That you asked me, correct. It was, did Krista step out? CCMR, that's right. It was the CCMR. So there were many districts who received recognition for students that had applied to college. I feel ours was more prestigious because they were students who had earned that college readiness after graduating from one of our high schools. So yes, highest in the area.
Highest in the area. So it was affirming to go back through and not only see what we have talked about, but see there were some real success stories in here. I also see areas where we're going to grow, opportunities, whichever way you want to say it, areas we need to continue to work on, but there were also some success stories as well and a lot of work. So thank you. All right, board members, do y'all have any questions that you need answered before you feel comfortable to vote at our next meeting? And to confirm, we're voting on the goals, but you're also telling us don't get too in love with them, because we're going to have another discussion after the strategic plan goals come in, maybe in February.
Yes, ma'am. You're going to be voting on the goals and the objectives as they're currently presented, but of course, under the wonderful work of Sarah and Sarah, that will change.
All right. I see no questions then. All right, board members, if you have a question before you vote, please reach out to them. Otherwise, we'll keep moving along. We'll go next to our academic calendar planning discussions. Speaking of continuous improvement, right?
Absolutely, Madam President. Hello, everybody, trustees. Today is just an overview, or just to let you know the process is starting, and to give you an overview of the process, and give you some preliminary feedback, and give you some opportunities or to share yourself and discuss. So you've seen parts of this slide before. This is what we always start with, is the statutory guidelines that are in place relative to minutes and teacher days and things like that. The process will involve getting feedback from all the stakeholders. I'm going to tell you how in just a minute here. So this is an overview of what's going to happen in the next couple months. I've got some more specific dates on the next step slide at the end, but we've been to DWIC a couple of weeks ago in October to get preliminary feedback or preliminary input. That helps with developing the survey, looking at what comes out of that group of 60 some odd people, community members and staff members, and see what makes sense, what are some of the different questions, wonderings, ideas, and thoughts, so that we can develop a survey to first share with the principals, which we sent yesterday. Principals, APs, DOIs, and ICs are being surveyed first to also just kind of see where we're at. Next week, we'll send it out. I want to share it with DWIC one more time next week and see if we're hitting the mark on the survey questions, and then we'll send it out probably Friday. I think I have it shared as this coming Monday on the slide, but make adjustments, right? So that's what's coming up in November. This presentation, Tuesday during operational meeting, I'll follow up with the survey data from the principals and their leadership teams, and we'll have a discussion with principals in the level LICA meetings. Like I said, this Tuesday, and then we'll get the community and staff surveys out by the end of the week. End of November, beginning of December, we're looking at like November 30th to December 2nd, we're going to be doing listening sessions set up in a couple of different times during the evening. We might even do one during an early release as well, just to give maximum amount of flexibility on when people are available. And then the 2 board meetings in January will be first bringing the recommendation to you and getting some additional feedback, and then bringing you the final recommendation for approval at the end of the month. So here is this year's calendar, which the last couple of years have been a little bit different from usual. So just made, it's not an all-inclusive list, but here's some of the things that are attributes of our current calendar. Start date, short first week, the usual holidays that we've been pretty comfortable with. Over the last couple of years, we've been able to get the end date to before Memorial Day weekend. And then the biggest thing that I know we'll be continuing to discuss in all the different stakeholder groupings are the formatting for any continuing professional learning, instructional planning, and what that might look like. As you know, currently we had continued for this year the early releases on Wednesday. So when we brought it to DWIC for that preliminary feedback, these are not, again, this is not an all-inclusive list, but these are the themes that we were able to kind of pull out of the feedback. I mean, we got a lot of feedback from DWIC. So the second week of August, that August 12th start date, got a lot of feedback. That might be a little too early. So that'll be a part of that's a question on the survey. They like having a short first week. However, that was a pretty common theme. Everybody likes getting out before Memorial Day. Not a surprise there. Continue to get positive feedback as we have had every year about the format for our breaks. And positive feedback about having time built into the calendar for staff development and teacher planning, but definitely mixed reviews about the early release days. So we'll definitely have, well, we've already been testing out some formatting of the questions with the principal group, and so that we can get right into that and figure out what's going to be best or what people are going to believe is the most effective, so we can act on that. So some of the new ideas that got shared, again, there were a lot of new ideas. We did positives, deltas, wonderings, and ideas. And so again, kind of goes along with some of the feedback, but start a week later. Some people said less early releases. Some people said no early releases, add more full days of professional development. That'll make more sense for families trying to plan for it. If we were continuing to start as early as we did, could we build in more breaks in the fall? Is there an opportunity to look at minutes in the day as opposed and have less days of school? And could we look at how we might align our calendar with some of our neighboring districts? So those are the ideas that again, what comes out of that preliminary DWIC meeting is really just kind of informing the development of the survey so that we can ask the right questions and to get the feedback that we need. So I said I was shooting for November 8th. I think it'll be a couple of days later. We'll send the survey out to the community and the staff. This coming Tuesday, we'll have the face-to-face principal discussions in each of the level alikes, middle, elementary, and high school. There's the dates for listening sessions, like I said, and when we'll be bringing the recommendation and be asking for final approval. So that is my part, and then I do have people behind me and watching live to take copious notes on comments, ideas, thoughts from you all.
Awesome, Matt. Board members, any questions?
I have one. It doesn't necessarily affect the process here, but a lens that I want to apply on the calendar is instructional minutes. And I'd like to look at the past few years and how instructional minutes has evolved. A few years ago, the board expressed a desire to try and increase the number of instructional minutes with an expectation that time with teachers could actually have a positive academic effect. And it seems like in the last couple of years we've maybe backtracked on that commitment or that effort. So I'd just like to try and document how that's evolved. Obviously, we had some effects in the last couple of years that might have an impact on that, but I'm cognizant of that relationship of time in the classroom and time with a teacher, and I want to understand how some of the calendar options might affect that.
Absolutely, and I think I can include that in a Friday memo, not for tomorrow, but for next week. I've already been talking to the PEMS folks about the attendance percentages on Wednesday, but also one of the interesting things to take into consideration. There's kind of a lot of complexities to it. It seems relatively simple that we did add minutes a couple years ago, and then we put in the early release Wednesdays, and that kind of 86th the addition of the minutes, right? If you put it in simple terms. One of the interesting, it wasn't just an interesting side effect, but it's kind of multiplied exponentially, was not using subs to pull teachers out during the school day to do some of the more in-depth data analysis and some of the team trainings and things that we needed to do. Now, one part of that was planned, understanding that if we had some additional time built into the calendar, we wouldn't be looking. And even before the pandemic, we had started weaning off on our use of substitute days, because I agree with you, minutes of the day are super important, and I think the most precious minutes are minutes in the day with their teacher, not a substitute teacher, although subs are great, and we love them, we need them. But the most important person to have in that classroom is the teacher that they have every day. Now, during the pandemic, it's been even, more so, where we have no extra subs to give for any of these trainings. So the Wednesdays have been a lifesaver for that. Is that the way to go in the future? Is there a way to balance that out and build some more minutes into the schedule? Are full days, some full days going to be preferable for families as opposed to Wednesdays? I think all of those things are important considerations, and I definitely look forward to the Friday memo next week, but then bringing you some of the data from the surveys and getting your feedback. Maybe we need one additional discussion in there now that I think about it, so that we can give you more to work with in order to provide your insights just to have the most information that you can. Sorry, I'm just going to keep on mumbling and trail off. A couple of ums in there just for fun, because I want to be a part of the family.
Matt, I'm curious. So you add some interesting flavor to that discussion. So when I say raw data, like you'd look at minutes to minutes, and sure, we can look at that. But you brought up two things that I'm thinking about, which is also how the field, the environment has changed. So professional development expectations from a few years ago to now have also changed, or were changed or modified with at least the reading academies. So that would be helpful to kind of see the information in context of what's going on with our professional development, our expectations. And even if reading academies get complete, did our professional development expectations increase as well somewhere else, just so we have that perspective? The other one I was thinking about was, you mentioned the PLC. I mean, we have, again, it's not data driven, but we do have data that can help inform our teachers. And so do we have time? And that PLC was supposed to be about that, right? Them looking at that data to be able to go, okay, how do we help our kiddos for the next level? And so I get there's several facets. So anything you can do to help provide context as we begin to think about a calendar that, I get it, we say, spring break and winter break, and those are all great, and we want to have breaks. But also, how are we doing, how are we supporting the teachers, how are we supporting the students, how are we helping parents as they're managing schedules, and how do we make all that work kind of together? So anything you can do to provide context would be helpful.
Absolutely. Chess, listening at home, did you get all that? I just want to make sure. We'll look at starting to answer that.
Will there be a 2-year calendar that you're going to present this time, or is it only going to be one?
So that is a survey question, because that's kind of what we ask everybody. And I think probably most people want a second year. I don't know if we're in I'm not sure where we'll land, honestly. So I don't want to make a prediction. Last time around, I think we got to do 2 years, but we never actually, I'm not sure. I can't remember, but we'll see what happens. I am at the will of the survey people at this point.
I do have one other question. We used to have built into our calendar parent-teacher conference early releases. And then we took out those early releases, so we didn't have built into the calendar the parent-teacher conference.
My understanding, and help me because I might be missing it, but for elementary is where I'm thinking about, not the one-on-one counselors, that's different. Love it in high school, let's not lose those. But for our elementary, when the parents are having those one-on-one parent-teacher conference, there's still that expectation, but we don't have it built in a calendar. They have to do it on other time, or remind me how that works.
Yeah, so you have a great memory, by the way. So a few years back, we didn't that it had been built in, like even before my time, and then it went away. And so when we started the process, when I took over the academic calendar process, one of the things that we were getting feedback on from our elementary campuses was, hey, we need that time back we'd love to have that time back into our calendar. Because we continue to have the expectation. It is very important to have continual conversations and communication between families and their teacher. But then that one conference day is just, it's a good thing to have at least in the fall, right? So when we went to the, multiple early releases, we didn't necessarily label one and say this is the one that you need to have for conferencing. However, all of our elementary campuses are still doing parent-teacher conferences for sure.
Trish, I just want to add, I know for my campus, because I have 2 elementary kids, all of the early releases in October were set aside a couple hour or two to do those conferences. So it still felt like that one day, and I know what you're talking about, but it was just extended throughout the entire month of October.
No, Anna, that's great to help put that in perspective for me, because here's where my brain is thinking is the expectations there, we found that time, but we were also doing it for Reading Academy. So did we squeeze teachers somewhere else into the Reading Academy, or how does that work with scheduling, right? When you're doing scheduling, all scheduling can fill a squeeze. I know it's a lot to manage. There's never enough hours in a day. You always want more money at the end of the month. You always want more hours at the end of the day. But I'm just curious with how that works with parent-teacher conference and the reading now going forward.
Thank you. This gives me an opportunity to put a plug in for our teachers. It absolutely has been a squeeze. I just going to give you my 8 seconds of opinion about the Reading Academies. Thankfully, the instruction or the professional learning is of the highest quality. I mean, it is, because that's one of the first things I want to know when it comes from, the state. Is this good? Are we going to, is this going to be the stuff that's going to help our teachers become better? And the consensus was absolutely, thank God, this is really good stuff. But it's a huge commitment, and it has been a godsend. So thank you very much for the time built into the calendar for them to do it. And it's been a lot of work for our teachers, and it's been a lot of work in this kind of transition year, and it has not been easy. So I do want to acknowledge that struggle or that wrestling with the use of time, and just acknowledge that our teachers have really they've been doing it, and doing a great job with it as well. I just checked in with our people who are overseeing that this morning, and they were looking at teacher videos and things. One of the assignments was to make a video, and that we were talking about it. So.
All right, I'm seeing heads shake no. Matt, I think you've answered all our questions. Thank you. We'll move on to our next agenda item, review of the innovative course proposals.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. Tonight we're bringing to you 2 state-approved innovative courses. With board approval, TEA allows these 2 courses to be counted for state elective credit for our students. These courses are being brought to you because TEA did a review of our CTE programs of study and identified areas of need for courses. So this is in general for the state. They identified areas of need for courses, and they're using the innovative course process to bring forth the new courses to round out the programs of study. We are not asking for approval tonight. We're asking for approval at the next board meeting. This item is up for discussion tonight, though. So the 2 courses we're bringing is Kinesiology 2. Last year, you approved Kinesiology 1 for us. Kinesiology 2 would allow us to round out our program of study, the exercise science and wellness program of study. And then the other course we're bringing is practicum in entrepreneurship. That also rounds out our entrepreneurship program of study. Again, this has been part of a process. We anticipate maybe needing to bring another course or two to you in the future as we continue to build up the different programs of study in our district.
Will these be offered at every single campus?
Not necessarily. As we do at most of our courses, it's what makes it the particular campuses. So Camille Clay and her team work very closely with our campus leadership teams to identify where we want to offer those and how we want to make them available on the course sheets.
All right, board members, any other questions? You feel like we have enough to be able to vote next meeting. There we go. All right, thank you so much. All right, our next agenda item will be to discuss district administrative committees. Dr. Gehring, I believe you...
Yes, I can lead us off with that.
Okay.
You have two attachments in here. One is a listing of committees that is color-coded and split really into three categories. And so the first category is board committees, which comprised of 3 board members. And we have 3 of those committees listed right now that you can see there in yellow. And so those are the Board Operating Procedures Review Committee, the Legislative Priorities Committee, and the Policy Review Committee, and you can see the board members that are sitting on there. We keep that at 3 max, of course, because of quorum issues. Those are meeting outside of board meeting times and helping to prepare materials to bring in front of the board to make sure that our board meetings are more efficient and that we have that board voice really processing some of that detailed work of the governance core. In pink, you have a couple of committees that do not necessarily have board members sitting on them, but they do have board appointees to them. And so that's Bond Oversight Committee, the Citizens Facilities Advisory Committee, and then we're also adding DWIC to that list. There may have to be some work on policy BQA just to make sure that we have the right wording in that local policy that works with board members being able to appoint at least one member to that DWIC committee as we go forward in the future. And then in blue, we have more administrative level committees. These committees may have board members sitting on them and working with them, but they're not appointing necessarily any of the members to those committees. Those are coming through the volunteer process that we have in the district on mostly an annual basis. And those are listed there for you to see. Then the other piece that you have in there is some language around board operating procedures on this committee work. And if a couple of things have been changed in there, we try to streamline this to make sure that it aligned with what was in that chart. One thing that I want to point out is that we would not want to make changes to, for instance, the ability to list the board members' appointees on these committees on public websites until the next cycle of these committees, because we've already appointed those committees for this year, and that was not something that we mentioned to the folks who volunteered to be on these committees and serve on them. So we'd like to wait for that part of the process until the next cycle. Some of these committee appointments are made annually, but some of them will be at the discretion of the administration. For instance, Bond Oversight Committee and CFAC are not necessarily annual appointments because we only really need those committees to stand up at times that we're going out for bond issues. So I don't know if there's other thoughts or some discussion that wants to take place. I'll try to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Board members?
I'm glad you mentioned Bond and CFAC with the results. What does that look like as far as our Bond oversight and our CFAC committees? Are we going to possibly, look at reappointing people, giving, our new trustee a chance? I'm just curious, what does that look like?
I mean, I think that's a conversation that we need to have. Remember that Bond Oversight Committee is assigned specifically right now to the 2017 bond funds because those were issued already. If we had passed this bond in 21, we would have appointed a Bond Oversight Committee for the 21 funds. CFAC Committee has been in place already for this 21 issue. I think it would be a good idea for us to go back and have some conversation about how we want to make any changes to that, or we have to really re-engage that committee to make sure that those folks are still willing to do the work now, because there may be a substantial amount of work for that committee as we go forward. So I think that's a great point, and that may give us the opportunity certainly to have Sade make some appointments there too.
I was just going to say, I agree. I think that's a great point, Anna, is to bring those two back up. And the question is, they had engaged for such a certain period of time. What if they're not able to make those engagements? And as you looked at our committee language, we talked about attendance is important. When we're appointing people on committee, we want them to be able to attend. And so if some changes need to be made, that might be a good time for that discussion as well. So I just was like, good point, Anna.
My other question, if y'all are okay, in regards to district citizen advisory committees, it talks about it's letter B, wow. It says the board shall consider each committee requirement composition when submitting appointees, included but not limited to parents with students in the district, the feeder pattern, as well as a commitment of attendance. I know we have committees that community members are appointed to. I'm trying to get clarification for this from our board. Are we wanting community members who don't have kids in our district to serve on these committees? And my next question, because y'all know I ask this nonstop during the CAC, do we want individuals who do not reside in Leander ISD, who are community members, to sit on these committees? Because right now with the wording that says right here, we are not going to have community members who don't have students who reside in LISD on these committees. Questions, discussion, anything?
I'm happy to respond with my opinion. I don't think you necessarily have to have responsibility for students who attend Leander ISD schools to participate. They're still public schools. They still provide services more broadly in the community. And if you live in the community, you're paying taxes on those schools, so you have a vested interest. So having children in the district isn't necessarily a qualifier in my mind. Living in the district is a qualifier, I think, right? If you're not a resident of the district, then you're not paying taxes, and I think you should contribute in your own community. So those would be my thoughts on, I think, your question or the key aspects.
Well, that's kind of what I was going for, because I noticed some members have been appointed that don't reside in Leander ISD in previous committees. And so I just want to get that out there so we can avoid that situation next time, because I'm with you, Aaron. I do not want anyone who does not live in Leander ISD sitting on our committees. I mean, we're going down a slippery slope if we do that. So I just wanted to hear from my board members what you guys felt about that, if you truly think.
No, I totally agree. And I do see Aaron's point, like just thinking in my own household, my mom technically doesn't have children in the district. She has grandchildren in the district, but that's a perfect example. We have community members who are involved, who I would be thrilled to have on our committees, but I do agree that they do need to live in the district, absolutely.
Yeah, I agree. I think we have business owners that live in this community and they work closely with our schools. And as Aaron said, they're members of our community. They're taxpayers. So I think it's important and valuable for us to have their participation. But I also think it's important that we have parents at the same time. But I think having a blend of that is important. I do also think it's important that they are members of the Leander ISD community, so that they do reside in this community. I think that's essential.
So can we find a way to include in this language that we're not excluding community members who live in Leander ISD? Because right now the way it's worded, we're excluding community members who live in LISD, and my issue, it's right here, sorry. My thing is making that clarification of those community members have to live in LISD.
So Anna, a couple of things. When this language was worked on, they said including but not limited to. So
I would like it
I
in
was
there.
thinking it wasn't going to be limited. Not a problem to do that. Here's my question. Do we need language in that says including but not limited to parents with students in the district, community members who live in the district?
Who reside?
Who reside?
The list just suggests desirable qualities, I think, or particular qualities for special consideration. It doesn't exclude anyone who doesn't possess those things. I think maybe we include a separate line that says committee members must be residents of Leander ISD. Right?
No, I'm okay. I think, see, where I'm going at this is, we talk about it in all of our guiding documents, right? Community input. And then when I read this, and it's just my lens, right? I'm seeing, okay, only parents, but where does that community piece come into play here? So I think that's just kind of like where I'm going with this, but also making sure that that community member resides in LAC. Like that is, I think, the biggest piece for me right there, because I really don't want someone who lives in Austin deciding what goes on in my child's, classroom. I think that's what I'm trying to get at.
Would committee members include business owners who do not reside here, or they have to reside
I'm open to listen to what my board members have to say. I personally would rather them live in LASD because, again, I don't like that outside influence coming in when they don't reside here in our district. But that's me. I'm one of 7 voices.
Well, as business owners, they could be like, well, we invest heavily in the community, so we have a vested interest. So that's just a thought about that one. So how does that play out with everybody if it's just a business owner?
We might consider an exception for some committees because, we have folks who are business owners in the area and do a lot of work with and for the district and the foundation and so on. There are probably places where we would want to invite them to participate, right? But those seem to me to be exceptions largely. The rule is that most of these committees and most of the work that we're asking them to do is really very specific to Leander student experience and Leander finances, and it's kind of inside the community stuff.
Well, the one I was talking about, again, CACAC, just remembering, I constantly was hitting on, are we sure these individuals live in our district? I just want to, and I'm thinking ahead here, that setting that precedent, that's all.
And maybe in our process too, we ask to capture address as part of the process, right? But I will say that we also have to protect that information, and we don't have a great history of using that information properly once we've acquired it. So we have to be careful with those requests.
I like that idea. Sorry.
I will also say, I think for some of the committees that our districts pull together, sometimes if you're on a Leander City Council or Cedar Park City Council, they might not reside in LISD proper, but they're part in that group. And so then they serve on a committee there. So I'm not sure. Again, if we want exceptions, if we want language in here, we need to make sure we're careful how we craft language. We can just say intention now and then add language later. Again, I'm open to board discussion, and Dr. Gehring has something.
Sarah just pointed out that in BQA local, which is the policy that drives DWIC, under business representatives, it actually says business member representatives need not reside in nor operate businesses in the district for DWIC specifically. So I think there's some precedent there already.
So it says they don't need to be.
And that's for business representatives specifically, not community members. They differentiate in BQA between community representatives and business members. It says all community member representatives must reside in the district, but business members are a little different.
And does it say community members must reside, or does it say should or can?
It said all community member representatives must reside in the district.
Okay.
So that's for DWIC specifically.
business member representatives need not reside in nor operate businesses in the district. That's, let me see. Yep, that's me.
Well, it depends a little bit too on how a person gets onto a committee, right? If their participation on a committee is by invitation or by appointment, that's one thing. If it's because they went to our website and put their information in a form, that's a different thing, right? So it goes to how we recruit participants.
So board members, here's my question. At this point, do you feel comfortable enough with adding that wording, or do you feel comfortable enough with saying intent here now and then having Sean come back and give us wording later? Where do y'all want to land?
For me, I think I'd rather have the language in there to be clear. And, you know, I think it's important that those committee members are residing in the district.
And because there's already committees that are appointed out there and already started, then would we say this begins the next round, or how do we go? Dr. Gehring, I'm seeing you.
I mean, I would strongly suggest that you don't pull people off committees. I don't think that's a good idea. So I would say if you're going to put some language in place, that you make it start next cycle.
So would use the word beginning with appointments for the 2022, 2023
I live
school
in
year.
Leander ISD in the city of Austin.
No, she said she didn't want anybody in Austin making decisions. I was like,
yeah, Anna.
All right, let me rephrase this sentence though, so that we could later when we get ready. Beginning with the appointments for the 2022-2023 school year, community members must be residents of Leander ISD. Is that correct? Yeah. All right. Okay. I feel like we're on a bake-off. Anything else?
Are we done with residency? I have a couple of other thoughts. Let me go to, I guess, what's captured in the purpose column. And I didn't realize at the time, but I've tried to follow the link in that column to that document, and it's not working for me. So maybe you can help us update that link, Dr. Gehring. I think it is important to detail the purposes of each of these committees. The intent isn't necessarily to prevent them from doing something that's not in their purpose, or, I mean, we can always talk about what committee to give a particular thing to, but I think it's important for us and for folks who are interested in participating in committees, or people who are appointed to committees, to kind of know what the scope of the range of potential topics and materials and actions is. So I would like to see us get a little bit detailed and specific about each of those committees and their particular purposes. The other area for me that's top of mind at the moment is in the last column. It talks about charters and bylaws and such. I think this is a really interesting topic, because if a committee operates kind of under board direction, like SHAC per statute, right, where the board appoints community members to participate, and it is really kind of a board directed or board driven committee, does it make sense for that committee then to create its own operating structure? Is that appropriate? Are we okay with that? And then for other committees that are district run, district managed, district owned for all intents and purposes, are we comfortable with those committees telling the district how they're going to operate, as opposed to the district telling those committees how they will operate? And so, and maybe that's, you know, what's the difference between bylaws and a charter, or how do we I think the goal is good, right? We want to provide structure and oversight or organization to how the committees will operate. I'm a little perplexed about how we do that in each case, because some of these committees are different from others, but it doesn't seem necessarily like it's appropriate for the committee to tell us how they're going to work, if that makes sense.
So I thought about this as well, because for me, it really bothers me that it's very inconsistent, right? But I think about the Bond Oversight Committee, and I know it was very, trying to think of the right word, concerned. Just I wanted to know the process. Wanted to make sure there was accountability piece there. And, you know, admin went and put together that charter, right? And listened to our concerns about what we wanted in this bond steering committee. And we wanted to make sure that, you know, the 2017 bonds were gonna, you know, we got the little nice spreadsheet and everything. So I think like where I'm going with this, Aaron, I get what you're saying, because we've got charters for 2 committees, we've got SHAC bylaws, but what about these other ones? Me personally, I don't know. I would prefer to see charters for every committee. I'd prefer to see us like empower our admins to come back with the charter that the committee they run. You know, we'll get a look at it like we did with the bond steering committee, be able to give our insight. But I personally would like to see a little more structure like we have with our bond oversight committee, because just the way I've seen those committees play out, and most importantly, talking to those members on that committee and how structured it is, and they felt like their voices heard, that's kind of like what I'm thinking. Will it create a lot of work? Absolutely. Will it work? I don't know. But I would like to see a little more structure like that.
Yeah, I agree in principle. I think it also raises a question of who gets to make changes, right? If a change is requested or needed, does the committee change its own charter? Does it change its bylaws? Does the board need to adopt changes to a charter or to bylaws? Can the administration do that? So I don't know. And that goes to who's in charge, right? And who ultimately is deciding how these committees are going to operate.
So as I read the SHAC bylaws and think back to why it was even created, it seems like it is really like a message to us as a board as to what should be in our board operating or what we're discussing now, the administrative board operating procedures. So, and even just for the committees. So for example, where they go on and say about each trustee may appoint up to 5 individuals and from this group and just everything that is in section 1, it just seems to me like they're just trying to tell us that this is really what you should consider every time. And so it's really not a separate document on its own, but it gets subsumed into some board procedure document, but not in this form. But just the general gist of it.
Well, and I'm wondering too if there's maybe a confusion, or sometimes we just kind of end up trying to put everything together to help streamline, like this committee must be like this and this committee must work like this. Can't we make them all the same? SHAC is a unique beast. Not only does SHAC have statute, SHAC has more statute from the last legislative session. We don't get to do a whole lot. Statute is very specific and a very little bit of time that they have to get stuff done, a lot of stuff. And then in addition to that, don't forget, there's the Texas school advisory, right? So there's the TSHAC. And the Texas one actually they made models of bylaws for SHACs to operate with, and I think that's what ours did, is copied what the Texas state government said. Here's how we want you guys to operate, and they said, okay, we can do that. And they have certain things too that they'll put out there and information, and so that's kind of a different little way they work. But when you're talking about like the bond committee, we don't have a T-bond committee or Texas bond, right? And so that one gets charter. And then when you're talking about DWIC, well, that one has specific statute. And so we have statute, we have charters, and so that's why there is this. I love that the administration's brought together some of these pieces. I think we have moved so far. Progress has really happened. I do wonder, hearing board comments, if we might not get it all settled tonight, but perhaps another discussion at some point to help kind of just update us on which ones are, going to be like Shack's a bylaw and here's why. Here's a charter and here's why these aren't charters. So we just can see that consistency. Board members' thoughts?
I was just going to say, I think having a framework or a skeleton of an idea for a charter for ones that aren't driven by statute makes sense. Like just to have kind of almost a template. Like if you're going to have a committee, then this is what it looks like. And all of them are going to, of course, be a little different just simply because of their nature. But I think those ones driven by statute, you're sort of pigeonholed into that. But I think having a framework is a great idea.
Yeah, it occurs to me that the charter probably ought to be the document that defines the purpose of the committee and gives formal direction to the committee about what we're asking them to do, whether that's ongoing or whether that's one time or, you know, episodic or however that committee operates. I agree. SHAC is unique unto itself, right? Goes in its own category. DWIC probably also is unique to itself and goes in its own category. There is statutory support for DWIC, and but not like SHAC. So it's kind of another flavor. We've already identified the three at the top that are also unique. And so then it becomes a question, I think, for sort of all of those others. Do we have a charter for those committees that define what they're supposed to do and gives them direction to go and accomplish their mandate, right? And what additional support, if anything, needs to go into a charter. Bylaws probably make sense for SHAC at some point, although the bylaws that we have today, to Sade's point, some of that probably belongs in our operating procedure, not in their bylaws. And then we probably need to review their bylaws and make sure that we agree that this is the set of bylaws that we want them to operate under, or if we have edits or corrections or changes or whatever, we do that. So I think maybe in terms of structure, that gives us just a little bit of additional hierarchy. And then we've got a little work to do around purpose and charter and that sort of stuff for some of those.
I just want to comment, again, the Bond Oversight Committee, I can't praise enough, Jimmy, sorry. But it goes on to the mission, right? It starts with the mission, the organization, what's expected, what's the end result. Like, I think that this is a really good template. And I mean, me personally, I'd like to see that spread out, like what Christine said, like as a model, because I look at this one and I look at the other charter we have, this one just is, I mean, it's got, at least for me, I know I'm one of 7. I mean, it even breaks down the duties and responsibilities and the attendance. So, I mean.
For which one, Anna?
The Bond Steering Committee.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's it's kind of everything we're talking about, but we've empowered admin to go do this, and look what they came with, so.
I would point out that when you really look at the ones that have charters, the ones that have, well, 2 that have charters, the other ones, DWIC comes back to us with information all the time, but they're statute. The charters from Bond Oversight and Citizens Facility, those are the ones that we are saying go do work and bring us back recommendations. Some of these other committees that don't have charters aren't really about bringing us back recommendations. It's the admins working on something, and then the administration's going to come back after they do more work. And then, so I don't know if a charter would be appropriate for, so I just don't know if tonight's the night for these discussions, if we just need another, if you're interested, if there's board desire, let's have another discussion, another round on filling out some of the complexities.
I'm fine, because I could add to that. There's,
you have more?
I could add to your conversation about charters and no charters, but yeah, I'd like to talk about it another time.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, then we're going to bring that back, Dr. Gehring. All right. Not necessarily as a whole discussion on every single, we just want to focus on, I think, bylaw, charter, and no charter. Okay. All right. With that, we'll move on to consider approval of the Board of Trustees operating procedures. Now, board members, we did just work on committee language. So when you make a motion, you'd approve the revised Board of Trustees procedures as presented with whatever modifications and the committee language with the following amendment, right? If we open up that document, let me walk you through a couple of things. The first item on there, as we're going through this, You've got this discussion on effective governance. This is language that was once kind of, talk about bearing the lead, it was buried into our bylaws, and this pulls out up at the top kind of how we're going to act with each other, how we're going to interact. And that's important to help us not get angry with each other as we're dealing with really challenging issues. I'll give you an example. Let's say we're working on policy language, right? And we're like, okay, well, we're going to look for common ground. And so we need to, I want you to give a little bit on yours because I'm not going to cede all your point, and I'm going to give a little bit of mine, and so we're all going to work on common ground. To avoid, as it says in here, to exercise courteous honesty and written interpersonal, avoid misleading information. What would happen, Anna, if we did common ground, you gave me all the common ground, and when it was my turn, I was like, no, never mind. I'm sorry. We did everything. Thank you for coming all over. Now we're done. That's not really being honest. I wasn't honest with you up front. If you're working on a common ground principle and you think that we're trying to meet in the middle and we're all going to give common ground, let's tell each other that. Also, we might have some, I'm not moving. You need to know this means a lot to me. I'm not budging on this item. I can't do a common ground. This is where I am. Having those discussions, being honest with each other as we're doing these discussions so that when a vote comes up, you're like, wait a minute, I thought we were doing this whole common ground thing and you did nothing. Then you'd be angry later, right? So it's about, when you look at it, being honest, don't give misleading information, focus on issues, you maintain your focus on your common goals. Again, that's how we're going to work and interact with each other. And communicate to avoid surprises. So remember, as we're talking to each other and we're doing this deliberation, help each other know no surprises. Like, this is my non-negotiable, or this is one where I'm feeling really excited about, so you're gonna have to talk me out of it if you want me not to stay on this ground here. Also, let's go into the election of board members. New language is in there on the reorganization of every June. And that language was done, Ann and I looked at it, and then that's why we brought it to y'all, is that we still do every June. It just adds a little bit more to the process. Now remember, throughout this whole document, as we go through it, you still need to avoid quorum. It's not daisy chains. You still use the admin office when you're trying to communicate. You don't go reach out to all 6. But what this allows is for people to say, hey, I'm interested in that position. I need you to know I want to be a board officer. And then when we come up for nominations, then it's not like, oh, I didn't know so-and-so wanted that, and hopefully help stop hurt feelings, right? So that it's like, well, nobody picked me. And I've heard that before too. So that helps open that up. The new training orientation expectations, that's also a new language. And it's things we do. Again, a lot of this are things we're kind of already doing, but it's like putting it in a process so we're all on the same page, again, with that honest and open communication. The only thing we need to do, and so for anybody who's going to make a motion, I need you to listen to this one change, because this was sent in, but it just didn't make it in this final document, is it says, number 2, D2 needs to have a small change. As a supplement to the information provided in relation to his or her candidacy, a district orientation for a new board member will be scheduled, if possible, by the first board meeting a new board member takes the oath of office. Because sometimes when you have to do the canvass of election results, it's not going to be possible to do the new board member training. Sade is also a good example of how you might not be able to get all that training in place before the first meeting. So we just need to add the words if possible there. And D2. If you come on down to the agenda, this adds more flavor around the annual calendar. We do have the annual agenda planning calendar. It is there if y'all go look at it. Dr. Gehring's been working on it, administration's been working on it, updating it. We want to bring this back. Let's make sure we're using this like it's supposed to. It's supposed to tell us where these big marker conversations are gonna happen. And then board member remarks. Board member remarks, that language was added to help us all be on the same page, that that's not really a time to be making
a speech or something that would invite deliberation that at that time would be out of order. Let's save that for the agenda item. Remarks are just like the updates like we're doing, and there's details in there about what that is. Also, if you'll notice, there were discussions about how do we place agenda items on the agenda. Item 1 and 2 have been moved, taken out, clarity of language, that's not needed. And if you'll notice, it'll say basically we've got the board planning agenda. You still have all the ways to put items on the agenda. There is still this language, but I want to make sure I point it out so it's not like it's hidden. Subject to the board's annual planning calendar, and if the item's already been discussed. So those two conditions. If the item's already been on the planning calendar, we know it's coming up in a couple meetings or whatever, and we've already had 2 discussions, then it's out of order at that time to try to add something because we're spending a lot of time on this item, we're getting ready to do it, or we've just completed it. Then when you go to citizen comments, I want you to notice that we had those discussions about number 11, that language is in there, respect the right of individual members to express their viewpoints and vote their convictions and honor the decisions of the majority. We use that from the SBOE framework. Citizen comments, we did listen to the community, and so you do see the update there. We also had discussions, and based on all of that information, each speaker is going to be given up to 3 minutes until we have 30 speakers, and then it'll go down to 1.5 minutes. The only questions I have there for you board members is currently when we have a special meeting, that would be like if we have a training or another one, the canvassing elections. We currently do 1.5 minutes at those times. Do we need to add language on here that say special meetings will have citizen comments for 1.5 minutes, or do we just want to adopt this language for the 3 minutes up to 30 speakers? So that's not clear in here, and we will need direction on that.
I like at those special called meetings, keeping them at the 1.5 minutes, just because typically those are meetings where we're not going through our traditional board business. They're typically for, a very specific.
Agreed.
I think that's why we had set that up originally that way.
1.5 minutes for special call meetings. Anybody else?
What do you consider a special called meeting? Right, so I'm just trying to be careful of the language. So, I mean, you could say a meeting that doesn't involve any board action. If that's just a training meeting or something like that and there's no board action, then I can see us limiting public speakers in that context. But that still doesn't solve the canvassing of elections meeting because you have to take action there. So I'm not sure exactly what the right approach is, but I don't know what the limits of a special called meeting are.
But isn't it, when a meeting is special called, isn't it labeled as that? And so that's where it's 1.5 minutes.
My concern is there's times where we've had to do a special call because we didn't finish items the week before, and it is very much like a traditional board meeting. Erin had a good point there. There are times where, especially during COVID and stuff like that, we had to have frequently special called meetings that we did take action on, and we had somewhat of a full agenda on. So I feel like for those, we should follow like the same procedure.
I agree.
But, I like the idea if there's no action. I know it doesn't, it's not everything, but I don't know if anyone has some creative language to add for elections or things like that.
I think my only concern, right, with no action is I'm thinking of the January 21st board meeting when we went over diversity and equity indicators. That was a whole meeting just on that. And that was a great opportunity that we had citizens from our community come and give citizens comment. Another one was last December when we were talking about the old bond steering committee. I like that idea, but I worry that when we have those big discussions, we're going to limit, because we didn't do any actions on that night. But I also, granted, I've only been to one canvassing, that took like 2 minutes. So like, how do you define
Right.
working meetings versus non-action meetings?
Board members, I think I would rather err on the side right now, given all the good work we've done, and let's err on the side of 3 minutes. Let's keep it the same as we've done for everything, and then if we get over 30, it goes to 1.5 minutes. We're going to err on this, and if we start seeing and getting some trends, then we can figure out language. I'm not comfortable based on what we're hearing. I don't think it's good for our community or us to try that.
What do you think about trainings? Because I think about when we've hired people to come give us like a TASB training or a Saturday training, and we've paid a consultant to come in, and we have a pretty tight agenda, and those are just like board trainings.
When trainings are, because trainings, usually we have somebody come in, it's a 3-hour training usually.
Or how about language like this does not include something like a board training, or you can put some specific, just examples, but it's not limited to, but at least when you give that example, then people can see, this is the type of thing that falls in that category where it's not 3 minutes.
What if we used permissive language that simply said, if the board calls a special called meeting that does not include board action, the board may choose to limit citizen comments to 1.5 minutes.
I'm good with that.
Okay. Say that again,
Aaron. Let's see. If the board calls a special called meeting that does not require board action, maybe I should say does not include board action, the board may choose to limit citizen comments to 1.5 minutes.
I'm going to say it again, only to give y'all more time to noodle on it to make sure we're very comfortable. If a board calls a special called meeting that does not include board action, the board may limit citizen comments to 1.5 minutes. Is that right?
Yeah, question. When will we as a board decide on that? So say we have a special meeting 2 weeks from now, I'm just making it up, I hope we don't. Are we gonna come together in closed session, or is that gonna be a president and executive board decision? Is it an admin decision? I think that's just what I'm thinking.
It's just president
Okay,
decision.
cool.
Like we've
Thank
done
you.
before. Okay, all right, so that's the citizen comment portion. Also notice we have these students in there. I was looking earlier, I was like, oh no, this must not be the right version. I don't see students. They're there. You have to look, it's that second sentence on 4 current LISD students will be placed at the top of the speaking order during citizen comments. And then the committee language, we can, when we add that, we can make a motion to add that in right before we do the, where is that? It's right before the last item, right before item, what is that, 15? Reviewing the board operating procedures. And then the training language is required, and that is why that training language is so long. Remember that huge list I read on item 14? They put that, our team put that in there because it matches what we're actually required to do, so we understand. So we're all on the same page. All right, any other questions?
I have 2. So if I can go back to section 2, election of board members, this is C2. I raised this last time. This is the requirement that a board member who seeks to be elected to an office makes their intentions known in closed meeting prior to the first board meeting in June. I think I don't have your vision for how this is supposed to operate. I've listened, I've tried to appreciate how this will help. I don't know that I believe that it will. I would feel more comfortable about this if we practiced it once before we put it in board operating procedure. if you'd be willing to make that adjustment and we tried it out once and it worked well, then I'd be game. Otherwise, it just feels a little awkward to me to require that step and create this window where now there are activities that are set in motion because of those communications, right? I'm
So,
concerned
Aaron,
about that effect.
You're saying practice it, don't put it in board book. We're not prohibited from practicing it.
That's right.
You're saying what you want us to do is to try it, but not yet in board operating procedures until we
Correct.
have a dry run, is that the right word for it?
Yep.
So it would be, let me see. Item C1.
C2?
2.
Just two.
2, is that it? No, because then it goes on. So
What do you
the
mean?
agenda, because 2, 3 says then we, in closed session, discuss the officers and deliberate the qualifications. You'd still want to do that? And then we come into an open meeting?
Yes.
So you'd still want 3 and 4? The
Well,
current
that's-
board president will entertain nominations. You're okay, it's just 2 that you wanted?
Yeah, I mean, 3 and
Okay.
4 we've
Okay.
always done, right? That's no change.
I'm fine with, board members, are y'all fine with that? I'm fine with not memorializing it yet. We'll practice it, and so we'll remove, I'm writing down these steps. I've got 1, 2, 3, and the 4th change I'm gonna say is to strike C2. Easy enough?
Okay. Second item for me, again, this is a follow-up. I raised this previously. This is section 4, developing board meeting agendas. This is item D2. This is the language that says, notwithstanding, the board president may refuse to place an item on the agenda if, and it goes into the conditions, right? My concern here is, my reading of this says, because notwithstanding is not clear to me as a condition, but I'll give you a hypothetical. Let's suppose the other 6 board members who are not the board president believe that in spite of the fact that this particular thing, whatever it is, has been discussed previously and would be considered out of cycle in terms of our annual planning calendar. If the other 6 board members wanted it on the agenda, the board president could still refuse to put it on the agenda. That just strikes me as bad practice. I don't understand that. Or maybe you'll tell me that's a misread. It doesn't say that.
No, it does. I think in any board operating procedures, you can think of the biggest form of abuse and go, okay, how is that going to be okay? The problem is without having this language, though, what happens if we continue to discuss items over and over and over again and we don't move forward with district discussions, right? Discussions we need to have. What happens if you have 2 board members who say, okay, well, we're going to continue to drive this idea, even though we've already talked about it twice, and even though you're going to have it again in a few months, and we want to put it yet again, and so you're discussing the same thing over and over and over again. I do believe that could be problematic, which is why the language is in there. I get what you're saying, though. You know, if 6 board members want something, can't they put it on there? But I would argue we probably should have resolved it in the first 2. I'm not sure where. I'm trying to understand your example a bit more. I'm sorry, Sade, I don't want to.
No, so the fact that it's, I mean, it can still be brought up again in the following quarter, right? So at least that leaves it open for it to be, people to think about it some more and then bring it up.
Sure, but if it's time sensitive and 6 board members know it and they're trying to get it on the agenda and the board president says no, that to me seems problematic. Now I get that that's a worst case scenario, right? But that is what the language allows. And then you can back up into a number of other scenarios that I think are equally problematic or similarly problematic. To Trish's question, in my mind, if any 2 of you want to talk about something again that we've talked about recently, I'm okay with that. Let's talk about it.
So
that means that maybe we didn't finish what we needed to do. And so I don't have an issue with that.
I mean, it says may, so the president doesn't have to, and so it goes back to whether you think the president would abuse it, and or it's maybe whether there's some lack of, I wouldn't say trust, but just.
Well, this is new language, right? This is language that hasn't
Right.
existed before. And so for me, the question is, why do we need to add it?
I think we need to add it because just as the example that you offered, there's the other side of people abusing and putting things over and over, requesting things to be on the agenda repeatedly, even when they have been discussed, and therefore holding up board business and board operations. So I think on either side, there could be abuses of it. And this language allows that, it prevents that abuse and still allows those items to be brought up either on the calendar or on that quarter.
Well, and to the point of too on items, look, we talk about items and they're like, okay, now we want to talk about district committees. Now we're going to narrow it down and do this. That's not the same thing as that same district committee discussion over and over. We've refined it, we've moved on, we've gone forward. So I'm just seeing this language is to stop abuse of us not being able to get the work done that we
Right. I'd see it if y'all passed something or wanted, something was approved and I didn't like it, then every week or every 2 weeks, I want that agenda item on the agenda so I could try to convince y'all otherwise. I think that would become problematic and prevent us from
But
board business.
that's not a second person, so, you'll have to get more people on board with you.
Anna.
That's the whole point, right? I mean, and we're not talking about one board member taking advantage of the rest of the board. We're talking about 2 board members who have a good faith belief that we need to talk about this thing again. And I just have a hard time saying, hey, if the board president doesn't want to do it, sorry, you're going to have to pound sand.
Well, I would hope that if 6 of us reached out, and I think of one instance, one item that came up at the beginning of the year, we did have a special meeting on that, the mask. I would hope whoever, Trish and whoever their next board president we could trust enough. That's why we elected them to be the president. We would trust them enough to use good judgment and not pound sand. But I'm kind of like, what's going to stop me from putting special education on every single agenda? Because if we're going to do this, then I want it on every single agenda. I'm just saying that's something I'm passionate about. But you see where I could go with this? Like, I understand what you're saying,
But you
Erin.
got to get one of us to go along with you.
Gloria's my girl.
We'll see.
I mean, I think it goes back to that first section in the document where, it's that effective governance, and we just have that good faith belief in each other, and that people are not going to abuse this kind of thing on both ends. So
I do like that. Sorry. I didn't mean that.
Yeah, so that was just a thought about it. So.
Well, going back to what you're saying, the good faith, I do like this, like as a board, right? For us to hold our president accountable, right? If she or she, wow, just made up my own name. If they decide to go rogue and truly start like preventing us from putting stuff on the agenda, then I think that that's where us as a board come together, right? And talk about reorganization. I think that that's where we can empower us, right? To hold that board president accountable.
Yeah, you can hold the board president accountable. Again, going back to the governance core and board members, we can do this however voice wants. Really, this is about how we're going to work together. And what's in here is not nearly as important to me as what we decide of how we're going to conduct ourselves as we move forward. But in the governance core, and I know some of y'all have been able to read that maybe multiple times, it talks about the fact of talk about things and put them in board operating procedures before they become a huge issue. Because then afterwards, it's like, then you're trying to call someone out, and all of a sudden, up there, when you're trying not to make things personal, it's going to get personal real fast. And so this really is about addressing an abuse of something happening where there's this, like y'all talked about, there's a vote, things come over. That's what this was trying to do. But again, board voice. We can, however y'all want to do it.
I keep hearing abuse, right? As if this has happened before and we need to take action to prevent abuse. And I mean, in 10 years on the board, I haven't seen this abuse. I said this last time. Gloria told me I was wrong, that she's seen it. I don't get that. But you know, if board president needs this power to control her rogue board members, then, you know, maybe I'm in the minority on this one.
Aaron, that's charged language. Let's not go there.
So is abuse.
Well, since I have been on the board, I have seen this happen. We could talk about it in closed because it was items that were on the agenda over and over and over, that I would need to talk to Sean if it's something that we could speak of out here. But I agree. I think that if 6 board members wanted something and we had a president, whether it be Trish or anyone else, that we would be able to have these types of conversations. I do think it's important that you don't have 2 board members that don't like the way a vote went at one point in time and continue to bring that item up for discussion every single time and prevent our district from moving forward and prevent our administration from moving forward. So that's just my opinion.
Or should there be like a limit that says if 5 board members agree, then it shall be added? I mean, then the president kind of loses that.
Well, just take the
That's
language.
what the 2 was for in the first place,
Okay.
right? We've always been very deferential. If a couple of board members want something on the agenda, then let's do it, right? And I get that if 6 board members want it on the agenda and the board president says no, there are probably other things that are going to happen, right? But my point is, if 2 board members want it and the board president and the board effectively say, sorry, not going to do it. How does that feel to those 2 board members, right? What are we really saying? Is that how we want to operate? I don't think it is.
And again, I'll point out the language says 2 board members do put items on the agenda. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the item's been on an agenda, then it came on an agenda again, and we also know it's coming up again on the calendar. So that's, I mean, a pretty specific area.
But if this language is gone, I mean, what difference does it make in terms of it's been discussed a few times or twice, and then people want to bring it up again? I mean, doesn't it just happen that way, even without the language? I'm just wondering.
Help me understand,
So like,
Sade.
for example, just this situation where the item has been discussed twice, and it's been on the calendar, and then it's like, we're done talking about this, we're moving on to something else. And then 2 people say, no, I want to talk about it, without this language in there at all. Isn't it just, you just move on without adding it? Isn't it still?
You mean if this language, if we've already talked about it?
Yeah. Like,
And,
right.
and done a vote?
We'll have to
yeah.
add it?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
I've heard Gloria, I've heard Aaron, Christine, Anna, Sade, where are we landing on this? And again, y'all let me know, it's board voice, where do we want to land?
Well, I think the key thing for me is the item has already been discussed on 2 or more agendas within the preceding quarter. I think for me that is like, I mean, that's 2 meetings. I almost feel like it's one of those things what Gloria is saying, let's just bring it back and I'm going to try to convince you on how you need to vote. I know there's things that come up like our board operating, you know, we keep talking about it. I see that different, but like, I mean, who's to say, you know, we get rid of this? What if I say, hey, I want, you know, next board meeting, I want to talk about CNS pay. Like, I want to keep talking about it every single board meeting. So I think that's where I'm going. I get what Aaron's saying, but that key piece for me is the item has already been discussed on 2 or more agendas. So it's not like some new idea that, you know, like mask or whatever. it is something that's already been discussed or 2 or more agendas. So I think that right there is the key piece for me.
All right. All right, so here's where somebody would need to make a motion to adopt the board operating procedures. And so here's where I'm hearing, though, we land. We're going to add to item number 2 on new training orientation, the comma if possible, as we discussed. Number 2, if a board calls a special called meeting that does not include board action, the board may limit citizen comments to 1.5 minutes. Item 3 is to add the committee language as amended. We amended it with the language beginning with appointments for the 2022-2023 school year. Community members should be residents of Leander ISD. Then another amendment, the final amendment, number 4, would be to strike item C2. And then I'm leaving it up to whomever's making the motion. You can also strike that language on the agenda planning if you want to strike the language. So,
well, I was going to move the board. I moved that the board approve the revised Board of Trustees operating procedures as presented with the amendments that President.
With amendments 1, 2, 3, and 4.
1, 2, 3, and 4.
I second.
And so 1 was, if possible, 2 may limit. 3 is
the committee language.
The committee language.
4 is strike C2.
Yes. So with.
I second.
Okay.
Did I second.
Okay. All right. We have a trustee who's left. All right, I guess we'll go ahead and call the vote. Is there any more discussion? All right, all those in favor, please raise your hand. That's 5 ayes and 1 absent, 2 absent. And we're moving on. Motion carries. Next item is to consider appointment of a board member of the City of Austin Regional Affordability Council Committee.
I move that Sade Fasho-Kuhn be named as a Leander ISD appointee to the City of Austin Regional Affordability Committee.
I second.
I have a motion from Gloria, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 5 ayes, 2 absent. A's? What's going on with that? Moving on, we've already talked about the WCAD Board of Directors. We'll go to operations, the general construction update.
Good evening. I found out I was doing this report a little while ago, so bear with me here. I'm waiting on Mr. Pace. There we go. All right. So Jimmy just wanted to let you know that everything is going well. There is a next slide here. Sorry about that. Oops, right there. So we're working obviously on elementary school 29, and this is all of the information that Jimmy would typically tell you that I'm not going to try to go into detail about. But it's all good, going well, and he is obviously available for any questions, just could not be here at this time tonight. So thank Jimmy and his team for their work on that.
I thank Jimmy and his team. I do have a question, and I'm, if you could relay this, just wondering, you know, as we've heard from our teacher this evening, and as we've heard just by watching news and reading, that construction costs right now are about 3 times the amount that they were about 2 years ago in various spaces. If that is impacting any of our current projects and those, you know, the budgets that we had for any of the existing projects. You don't have to get a response from him right now. He can respond to me later.
I'm just taking notes. I remember.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Anything else?
All right, board members, before we go into closed session, or as we're going into closed session, I'm getting ready to call it out here. I'd like to point out the graph on the wall again. There is 2 lines. This is what Ann and I got to work on in our continuous improvement, quality learning. And one is chart just kind of overall energy, hope. And then the other one is how do you feel we did as far as board work. This is not a scientific measure. It's just going to be a graph for us to plot, and we'll use it most likely in our board training to talk about how do we see our trend of being effective during our board meetings. All right, for the purposes, oh, and if you'll fill that out on your way to closed, that way I can say, oh, we're missing dots. For purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and or attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation regarding resignation, terminations, employment, reassignments, duties, and evaluations of personnel and public officers. Texas Government Code 551.0821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personally identifiable information regarding one or more students will be closed. It is 11:30. We are moving into closed to discuss those items. There will be no action in closed. We will come back out into open to take any action.
All right, board members, it is 11:38 and we are back in open session. Is there a motion from closed session?
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for a teacher employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander ISD for the 2021-22 school year.
I second.
Have a motion from Sade, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Is there any other motion? That was it? All right, board members, we have concluded our agenda. So without objection, if there's not any, we'll go ahead and adjourn. Thank y'all.